Yeah, I'm sorry. My phone is having some technical difficulties. This is Mr. Cook logging back in.
Good morning. This is Herman Arbigay from Facilities Maintenance Department.
Leonard, did you receive the general services binders?
General services and DHR.
We're waiting on the electronic version of general services budgets.
Beverly?
Hello?
Beverly?
Yes.
Beverly, this is Darlene from OMB. Did you get the OMB? Did you find the OMB report?
Yes, I sent that one out. I'm just waiting for the electronic version.
Alrighty. Alrighty, thank you.
At A, this is Delegate Daniel So. Anybody on the call?
Good morning, Shenandoah. This is Lomardo, Azeret.
Good morning, Che. Delegate Paul Begay on the line. Great. Romualdo Azeret. It's not us. Good to hear. Paris Nanand. Good morning, Che.
Good morning. Ako tapos siya. O siya, hindi to siya. Sinanisik eho. Good morning, Shenandoah.
Leonard. Mr. Mose.
Good morning, HESI Committee. This is Harlan Charlie from Insurance Services.
Good morning. Leonard Mose, are you on the line?
Good morning, Mr. Charlie. This is Delegate Daniel So.
Yeah, that's tonight. Oh, it's good to hear from you guys.
Oh, Priscilla and Paul Begay is on the line, as well as Lamardo Esseret.
This is Delegate Slater. I'm on as well.
Good morning, Priscilla.
Good morning.
Delegate, hello, I'm on the line too.
Okay, great.
Morning, Carl. Mr. Asseret, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, Nandai. Need to meet with you sometime, Mr. Asseret. I'll see you sometime this morning, hopefully.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll give you a call when we're done if we need to be. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, Shinandai.
morning. This is Elfrida Woodman with Navajo Air Transportation.
Good morning. Yes, we're waiting for staff to get on the line. This is Delegate Daniel. So we have 4 members of the committee on the call right now.
Good morning, Chair. So this is Sherilyn Yazzie from Office of the Speakers. I am on the line. Yes, Ebene.
Oh, yeah.
President, this is what it looks, so I went through that book real quick, so I'm thinking what she's wanting me to do is to reject it. She's going to cancel it. That's what I mean. Remember those wrong ones she did with records? I didn't have to do anything. Because that was what she came back and she told me, and I said, no, you have to redo everything as a requisitioner. Okay. Yes. Mr. Chair, do we have quorum?
Yes, we do. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Pernell Halona, and myself.
Chair, I'm on as well. This is Delegate Charlene So.
Oh, yeah, there's a busy. Good morning. So we have 5, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I emailed out the budgets to the committee members and to Ms. Barbara.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, you have quorum. You can start the meeting.
Are we ready with our packages?
Yes, they were emailed out.
Okay, just that Mr. Mose isn't available. Okay, in that regard, we better get started. I'd like to call this meeting of the, this budget hearing of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee for August 26th. Call this meeting to order. Could we have the roll call?
Chair, I can do roll call for Leonard. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Vice Chair Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, present.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona's present. Thank you. Good morning, Beverly.
Good morning. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Chairman Daniel Eso.
Present.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika. We return to Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Second call for Honorable Paul Begay Jr. We go over to Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Second call for Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Mr. Chair, you have 4 members present.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. So then we go to item invocation. Bishop, Honorable Charlene So, could you provide the invocation for today's budget hearings?
Oh, Chiaj. Good morning, good morning to all that will be presenting today. Heavenly Father, we come to you today. We give you all the praise and glory. We lift your name above all names. We thank you for this wonderful day. We thank you for keeping us safe. We thank you for bringing along to this day to see all the beautiful things that come before us, Father God. We thank you for the food and the water that you bestow upon us, Father God. We thank you for everything that you place within our blessings, clothes, home, vehicles, livestock. And Father God, we thank you for our families. We thank you for our loved ones. We thank you for our children. We thank you for our grandfathers, our grandmothers. We thank you for our mothers and our fathers. And Father God, we thank you for your mercy and your grace. We thank you every day for the knowledge and the guidance that you give us. And Father God, for your name is holy, that we call upon you to be with us during this meeting. You always say when 2 or more are gathered in your name, that you will be present with them. And Father God, I know that you'll be present with us, although this is going to be held via teleconference, Father. We ask that you guide us and provide us every day, every minute with knowledge and wisdom that we lack. We ask that you speak the words that we need to speak. We ask that you help us comprehend what we need to understand thoroughly for our people. And Father God, always help us make the best decisions for our Navajo people. And please, Father God, help us to do the right thing. Give us the strength and the courage to carry on every day for our people. And Father God, I ask that you bless our health, everything that may be within our bodies, Purify our bodies, our blood, and everything, Father God, our hearts, our mind. And please, Father God, cleanse our souls, our mind, and our spirits. Make us new again today in your name and your Son, Jesus Christ. And Father God, we just ask that you be with our Navajo people all across the Navajo Nation who are suffering, who are in pain, who are in mourning of losing loved ones. Be with them, Father God. Touch their hearts. Give them comfort today. And please help us bring a better future for our children. And Father God, please help us find a way to make each day better for our people. And Father God, I ask that you please be with us as committee members, as elected officials, to be with us and to keep us all safe, to keep us safe for the nation. And Father God, I ask that you be with us wherever we may drive. And Father God, I plead for your mercy and grace. In Jesus Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Shabrija, for that wonderful prayer. So be it. Announcements, committee members. Do we have any announcements that you wish to put before the folks on the call?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Leonard said that Honorable Begay and Honorable Wanika are present with him in the BNF. I don't know what's wrong with their communication there, Mr. Chair. But you have all the HES members.
Okay, let the record show that Honorable Begay and Honorable Wanika are on the call. So we have Ms. Martinez. Can you do the review of the agenda, and then the committee will consider adopting that agenda?
Are we going to adopt the agenda now, sir?
Yes. Go ahead and do the review.
For some reason, Leonard says you can't hear him and the others from the BNF. So they're looking for the IT guys.
Oh, maybe, are they on their own phone?
I have no idea. I'm updating myself.
Okay. Maybe they need to double click on the star sign.
Okay, I'm going to read the agenda into the record. The agenda of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council Oversight Budget Hearing. Presiding Honorable Daniel E. So, Chairperson Honorable Carla Russell Slater, Vice Chairperson, Place Telecommunications, Window Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, review and adopt the revised agenda. 3, oversight budget hearing. 1, presentation by Office of Management and Budget. 2, legislation 018020, an action relating to Health, Education, Human Services Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services. And this lineup was taken from the last year's lineup for budgets because I didn't get no response from DGS in a timely manner. Number 3, reviewing the General Services FY 2021 operating budget general funds as follows. A, business unit number 112001, Division of General Services Administration. B, business unit 112003, Insurance Services Department. C, business unit 112004, ISD, Safety Loss and Control Program, IDC. D, Business Unit 112006, Navajo Nation Telecommunication and Utilities Department. E, Business Unit 112007, Navajo Air Transportation Department. F, Business Unit 112008, Facilities Maintenance Department. G, Business Unit 112009, Department of Information Technology. H, Business Unit 112010, Records Management Department. I, unmet needs, and then proprietary information only. J, Business Unit 812002, Navajo Air Transportation. K, Business Unit 812003, Fleet Management Department. L, Business Unit 812004, Records Management Department, Duplicating Services Program. M, Business Unit 812005, ISD Risk Management Program, and Business Unit 81201617, ISD Employee Benefits Program. O, Business Unit 812018, Navajo Transit System Charter Services. P, Business Unit 814001, ISD Workers' Compensation Program. Q, Business Unit 912001, Employee Housing Program. 5, close the meeting announcements. Adjournment. Mr. Chair, the agenda has been read into the record.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Committee member.
Motion to accept agenda. Check that motion.
Okay, motion by Honorable Paul Begay, second by Honorable Pernell Halona. Discussion. Mr. Aceret, these items that are posted and what Ms. Martinez read into the record, are they the same lineup as what your budget presentation will entail?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chairman, Daniel. Yes, the lineup that was read into record is going to be the same way, unless the committee wants to change.
Mr. Chair and committee members, this is OMB. We can provide guidance.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. What is your input?
Good morning, Chairman. So this is Arlene Fan from OMB, Senior Budget Analyst. So you have your agenda there under number 3. What you need to add is business unit number 118024, which is transit matching funds. And then for the proprietary fund, there's no budget for J, 812002, air transportation. So that needs to be deleted. And then O is business unit number 812018, transit charter service. There's no recommended funding level, so that can be deleted. And then the rest will be in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sam, for being attentive to the read into the record. Okay, Honorable Paul Begay and Honorable Halona, you've received some guidance.
Chair, when
Honorable Wanika.
Yeah, that business unit number 112007, the Air Transportation Department. It's no budget. Can I get additional information on that? Why is there no budget?
Honorable Wanika, one number J, business unit 82002. On the agenda, it does say none, so that is saying delete off of the and I don't know who there's Ms. Sam or Mr. Azaret regarding Honorable Wanika's question.
Good morning. This is Alfreda Woodman for Navajo Air Transportation. I believe what he was referring to is a general account for 112007. There is a budget for that, but the one to be deleted is item J, business unit 812002.
And regarding that, why is there no budget?
Actually, our planes are down right now, so that's our proprietary fund. I believe that should be further reviewed, I think, in December.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is OND.
Yes, go ahead.
The reason air transportation under J is a proprietary fund, business unit 812002. There was no recommended funding level from Office of the Controller because there are no revenues being generated. Therefore, there's no budget. And then same for O, business unit 81018 for transit charter service. There's no recommended funding level from the controller based on no revenue generation by the programs, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sam. Committee members, so those are some recommended items on the agenda. Amend your motion inside recommendations.
Judge, how long has that work for me, sir? To remove those items.
Che, Paul Begay. You have the motion. Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning. Carlo, go ahead and agree with that change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, committee members. With that, we have the roll call vote on the amended agenda.
To get started, download the Google Home app on a phone or tablet.
Martinez, could you provide the roll call? Vote this particular motion to adopt the amended agenda.
Roll call to adopt the revised agenda. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Douglas Paul Begay votes 3.
Honorable Vice Chairman Carl Slater.
Douglas Slater, green.
Honorable Pernell Halon.
Larry Hall, that's green. Thank you.
Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Eddie J. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Last call for Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Mr. Chair, you're on
Or the one I bought.
The one I bought. Yeah.
Ms. Martinez? Still on
Yes,
the
sir.
call? Okay.
Yes, sir.
That makes a vote of 4 in favor.
Yes, 4 in favor, chair not voting.
Okay, thank you. So that'll take us now to item number 3, the oversight budget hearing, item subpart 1, presentation by Office of Management and Budget. Ms. Darlene Pham.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Darlene Pham, Senior Budget Analyst, and we will go through the OMB report. You have the cover sheet there. It has the nomination, Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, fiscal year 2021 budget hearing for Division of General Services.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair, excuse me, OMB, excuse me. There's an email sent from Honorable Winika. He voted green for the revised agenda, Mr. Chair. He said he tried to log on. Mr. Chair.
Let the records reflect that we have a vote of 5 in favor and 0 opposed, the chair not voting in adopting the revised agenda. Thank you.
Chair Winika?
Oh, yeah, it's Chile.
I just wanted to make sure if I was online. Thank you.
Oh, Sheila. Ms. Sam, you
okay,
can
back
continue.
to. Oh. Okay, yeah. We have the OMB report for the Health, Education, and Human.
Tim is the one that has control. Chair, what do you have? Chair, Leonard, can you hear us? I can hear you.
Do I continue?
Yes, keep going.
Okay. The fiscal year 2021 budget hearings, OMB report for Division of General Services.
Miss Sam, hang on. Sincerely, Honorable Edison Winika.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Chair, can you hear me now? Okay, that was the reason. Let me stop the reason. We're just trying to do a sound check.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. We're on now.
Sheila, thank you.
Yeah, right, sir.
Miss Sam, sorry for the interruption. You may continue.
Okay, now I'm at the table of contents page. You have the report laid out as A, B, C, D, and E. So if we can go straight to the A, fiscal year 2021 fund type budget summary for Division of General Services, fiscal year 2021 budget summary by fund type. You have a summary there listing the business units. The upper portion is funds, and then the bottom is your proprietary funds. For fiscal year 2020, the general funds and the proprietary funds together, bottom line grand total, $78,667,580. That's what the division is operating on for FY20. Now, going over to the right-hand column is your proposed fiscal year Navajo Nation budget for general services. For the proposed general fund budget, the amount is $4,170,524. Indirect costs for $2,528,348. And you have a column for external funds cash match need, transit for $1,675,253, proprietary fund $77,427,548, and special revenue external $12,533,577, for a recommended budget of $98,335,250. Going on to B is your fiscal year 2020 third quarter budget status report. We have a summary there for the general fund accounts as of third quarter ending June 30th, 2020. And you have the general fund business unit listed. The original budget, bottom line, grand total is $6,742,447. Revised budget of $9,099,841.20. Actual expenditure, $4,107,927.62. Encumbrance, $105,960.11. Budget available, $4,885,953.47. Last column shows your expenditure rates by percentages. You see asterisks on each one of them, one asterisk, and the note on the bottom. For one asterisk, it indicates under expenditure by 65% or less. At third quarter, they should be at 75%, but we give them 10% below or above. So the two asterisk would be over expenditure by 85% or more. So with the one asterisk for each of the business unit, they're all under expending 65% or less. And remember, the Navajo Nation government was closed during this period. Okay, going on to the next page is the same layout, but it's for the proprietary funds. And it's as of third quarter ending June 30th, 2020. And there you have the business unit starting with the 8, which is your proprietary funds, starting with fleet management all the way down to employee housing. The original budget is bottom line $70,084,883. Revised budget of $73,808,280.28. Actual expenditure of $50,993,992.51. Encumbrance of $2,712,254.65. Budget available $20,102,033.12. And far right column is your expenditure rate by percentages. And same there, one asterisk represents under expenditure of 65% or less. Two asterisks represents 85% expenditure or more. And overall, they're at 72.76%. Next page, and Sita will cover.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Ancita Largo, Senior Management Analyst with NPS Master OMB. The FY 2020 third quarter program performance assessment scores for Division of General Services. I will read the average for first, second, and third quarter. First quarter is 2.35, second quarter is 2.25, third quarter is 1.96. The scoring is 3 is exceeding goals and measures, 2 is meeting goals and measures, 1 is not meeting goals and measures, and 0 is no report. And there's a couple of programs that are at 1.0, which is Business Unit 11-2007. The other one is 11-10. 801-2003, 801-2004, 801-2005, 801-2016, 801-2018. Going on to the next tab is D, which is the third quarter plans of operation status report for the Division of General Services. There's 4 programs that are not stating the plan of operation, which is Business Unit 11-2001, Business Unit 11-2005, 801-2018, and then 11-2010, and 801-2004. And there's no condition of appropriation or legislative consent. And that completes OMB's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sam. Committee members, do you have any questions on OMB's presentation?
Monica, Chairman?
Oh, Honorable Edison Winika.
Thank you. Chairman, all members of the committee, and then the presenter. I'd like to make a presentation on this status report. Under expenditure, I want to know why risk management safety law 11.2 and the air transportation department 17.6, and then the record management 39.8. Because it's looking at the expenditure, hard to tell why. Can I get some additional information on that?
Sam or Mr. Aceret?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is OMB.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Sam.
That would be for which business unit? Records management and risk management.
11200.
Okay. 112004 and 112010. These, when we generate these expenditure reports, we just get it off the FMIS, and like as I stated earlier, because of the government closures, that's what we're attributing a lot of these under expenditures to. But when the programs come before you, they can further explain why there's low expenditures. That's OMB's response, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Just hang on. Honorable Winika, when we get down to that business unit discussions, that question will be answered by Mr. Aceret. Ashbiga. Washila, thank you.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, this is Lamardo.
Yes, Mr. Lamardo Aceret, when we get to that particular business unit, after we get the legislation read into the record, you can respond to that particular question.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez, did I establish a motion and a second to accept the OMB presentation?
Motion.
Not yet, sir. Not yet.
Motion, Monica.
Hey, look. Delegate Paul Begay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Gusila, we have a motion by Honorable Edison Winika, second by Honorable Paul Begay. Committee members, any further discussion? If not, then Mr. Mose, roll call vote on accepting this OMB's presentation.
All right, sir. Thank you. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green?
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, we have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. So let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Now we go to item to read the legislation into the record. Ms.
Legislation number, okay. Legislation number 0180-20, an action relating to Health, Education, Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services. Mr. Chair, members, the committee is the final authority. This has to be read in its entirety. Being enacted, Section 1 Authority A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2 NSC, Section 400A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is the oversight committee for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services. 2 NSC, Section 401C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12 NMC, Section 840A. Section 2, findings. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Division of General Services fiscal year 2021 budget. 12 NMC, Section 840A. B, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services. 12 NMC, Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services, recommended by the Office of the Navajo Nation President and Vice President as provided on fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Attached is Exhibit A in the amount of $80,126,420. Exhibit B, listing 8 business units in the amount of $4,170,524. Exhibit C, listing 8 business units, no changes. Okay. Exhibit D is blank. Exhibit E, listing 2 business units. Memorandum to Honorable Daniel So from John Haven, Council, dated August 12, 2020. Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Publication dated August 17, 2020, 4:27 p.m. requesting digital comment. Legislative Branch First Report Internet Public Review Summary posted August 17, 2020, 4:27 p.m. 5-day comment period ended August 22, 2020. Reporting comments none, opposing comments none, inconclusive comments none. Signed by Julissa Johnson, Office of Legislative Services, August 24, 2020, 8:24 a.m. Mr. Chair, the legislation's been read into the record.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Committee members?
Motion, Helena. Motion, Helena.
Motion by Honorable Halona. Do I have a second?
Second, Juanita.
Thank you. We have a second by Honorable Edison Wanika. Okay, so after that, we go to the presentation on the budget. And that was emailed out to committee members this morning at 9:22 a.m. Mr. Aceret, who from your staff is going to provide the walkthrough of the proposed budget?
Good morning, Honorable Chair Daniel So. What I'm going to do basically is just do a intro statement, and then what's going to happen is each division or department supervisor will be given their own budgets so that the committee can ask questions during that time to make it easier. So if the committee is ready, I'd like to go ahead and start, if possible. Honorable So.
You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Yatepen. And I want to go ahead and thank you, Honorable Chairman Daniel So, Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Pernell Holana, Honorable Paul Begay, and Honorable Edison Wanika. Today, we want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to go over our budget. And my short statement basically is that we have 9 business units, which includes the Naval Air Transportation, Department of Information Technology, Employee Housing Program, Facility Maintenance, Fleet Management, Insurance Services, Navajo Nation Telecommunication Utilities, Navajo Transit System, and Records Management. I'd like to say, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, General Service has been working with a minimum personnel and have not completed expenditure budgets for 2020. We will be requesting HESI for their support with all our budgets as presented. I will be letting each department, like I said, supervisors go through their own budgets. And we like to request that all carryovers to complete work, which we did not get to, that was the schedule from the last year's budget, again, because of the COVID-19. One of the things that we also would like the committee to know is that ISD, Insurance Department, will only be given a courtesy report, and as soon as we're done with them, they most likely will go over to BNF. Ado ehehen kita shini ano so chinat ani dano sini lag da sintahi Daniel So, Ado Kenneth da sintahi Carl Slater, do committee members dano sini Honorable Charlene So, Pernell Holana, Mr. Paul Begay, and Mr. Edison Wanika. Ehehen kita shini do dije Sheya Lomardo Azaret Angel. Nana started touching in strong. The night the cheat as Ado in Asha. General Services Division Director A. Title Law. Did in Oyo Ison Kisnauses. Did in Nas A. Departments A. In Kandalnish. Accorded a Kailien Kitishnido, Adoshi, Josh and Kashapan Sita case of the Quasan Sky, Dixon 19, Eben Fatida Adolf Top, Chidasil Ida, Dieben Yakwa, Shehed Binan Kitishnido.
Thank you, Mr. Aceret. Mr. Ja. Which of your staff members will be the first one to go in regarding the presentation to the committee?
Mr. Chair, Daniel So, I'll go ahead and do the Division of General Services Administration side. Hatishi, I don't know what you want me to go and give to you. Is it just Form 1 and Form 2, or do you want the whole budget breakdown?
Let's do Form 1 and Form 2.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniel. So, Kudoshi, Division of General Service and into record of Navajo budget, program budget summary, fiscal year 2021, business unit number 112001, program title, Division of General Services, the branch is General Service Executive. My budget here was prepared by Marlene Slim, Administrative Service Officer. Phone number 871-6311. Address, email address. Part 2, funding source, general funds, fiscal year 1020 to 921. Amount $354,629, and it's 64% of the budget. IDC, indirect costs, fiscal year 1020 to 921. Amount is $202,613. That is 36% of the budget. Auto Part 3, budget summary. 2001 personnel expense, fund type code 1. Navajo Nation approved original budget, $309,997.
Mr. Aceret.
Budget. Yes, sir.
Mr. Aceret,
Part 3 on the form number 1.
Okay. What we have is executive branch fiscal year 2020 proposed budget, Division of General Services. Out of the next one, Exhibit A is what?
Okay, I see where you're at. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Because see, that's where I was saying, do you have staff that would go through that, and then after that, then the particular executive administration, the EGA, you can that's what we're basically looking for.
Hakushi, Honorable Chair, I'm going to go ahead and let Emmanuel Charlie, Exhibits A, B, and C. And then I will start with the General Services Administration budget. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Charlie.
Okay.
Allocations, proprietary.
Okay. Emmanuel Charlie, I'll go through the form. Members of the committee, Yate, let me go ahead and go through the form. Fiscal year 2021 nomination fund type budget summary, Exhibit A. So I'll be going through the business unit program title, fiscal year 2020 general funds budget. proposed general funds budget, indirect costs funds, internal funds, cash match, proprietary funds, fiduciary funds, special revenue funds internally, and special revenue funds externally, and then total. So the first one is 112,001, Division of General Services, 144,889. Proposed General Budget Fund, 154,629. Indirect costs, 202,613. Total, 557,242. Business unit number 112003, Insurance Services Department. Fiscal year 2020 general fund budget at 126,421. Proposed budget for the general funds, 126,421. Indirect costs, 115,194. Total budget, 241,615. 112,004. Insurance Service Department, Safety Loss Control. General Fund, 0. Proposed General Fund, 0. Indirect costs, $36,574. Total, $36,574. 112,006.
Mr. Charlie,
Yes.
excuse me. Committee members, are you able to follow on the presentation? Because I can't, because the document that was emailed this morning, insurance services,
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
it shows a proposed general fund budget of 150,000.
This one, you gotta read that one. This one, that's it.
And that's page 1 of Exhibit A. Excuse me, page 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm going through. That's why I'm going through this.
Ms. Martinez, are you able to follow also?
I'm looking through it, yeah, kind of. I'm pulling up the files from that was sent by Leonard Mose that were transferred from the flash drive.
Okay, after if committee members, with what was sent this morning by Mr. Leonard Mose, Miss Kristen Lowell also added to the email, and basically her comment is, this is fixed cost. Where is the full general services budget? So what we have before us is, I guess, fixed cost, and the other item, that's where what Mr. Charlie was reading, I couldn't follow. Mr. Charlie, Mr. Aceret.
This is Mr. Charlie. Mr. Azareth stepped out, so he should be coming back shortly.
Okay, Mr. Charlie, is this what was delivered this morning through a flash drive to
them?
Legislative Services?
Okay. Right here is Maverick.
Did they receive that through the flash drive? He's asking those documents, the exhibits he's reading right now?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair. Oh, this morning, on this exhibits A, B, C, and D. And that was taken over there with a flash drive this morning. AJ, you don't have that one at all? Chair?
Well, what was forwarded to us is basically different than what Mr. Charlie is reviewing.
A what? Fixed cost? This is not fixed cost. No. It's budget. All budget. Let's go right in. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to request that we just go into the individual budgets, and then maybe we can get that and come back to that. The exhibits A, B, and C. Because we have to go before.
Okay, Ms. Barbara and Ms. Martinez. We've had the legislation read into the record, and the first exhibit is A.
Okay, it's a Benson Brown. Okay.
And guess the thought was exhibit A would be the first review.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I did. I was starting. I was going through that.
And again, Ms. Lowell said the flash drive basically referred to fixed costs. So Ms. Bobroff and Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. This is Dana with Office of Legislative Counsel. And as you already know, I am going to attempt to assist you today because Ms. Lowell has to deal with Budget and Finance Committee. So, what Ms. Lowell figured out for me is that the detailed budgets which are being discussed right now, they must have been on a flash drive. Ms. Lowell picked up a written notebook for me from Mr. Moses just a few minutes ago. So my recommendation, I believe my recommendation is that the information is on the flash drive. What was sent out with about the fixed cost is not relevant right now. So if it is possible to pull up the detailed budgets on the flash drive, that would probably be helpful. Chair, with that, I will defer to Ms. Martinez.
Mr. Chair, I forwarded the budget they sent again this morning. If you go past the 4 pages, which starts with the exhibit, I see budget starting on page 5. Mr. Chair, and I sent it again at 10:40. It's called BGS Budget Reduce PDF. Sent at 10:40. Did you receive it?
This is OMB. Beverly, can you also forward me a copy?
I sent it again, just to make sure. I just emailed it again. Did the committee receive the budget?
Okay. What on I've got on my screen is F2021 DGS underscore reduced PDF. The hand column 112001.
Yeah, that was enough for them yesterday. There's like only two of them back there.
And in that review, then the total FY20 budget was $79,570,902.
So that's for blue light? What does that do?
Blue light can kind of like throw off your if you look at screens too close before you go to sleep, it goes on your REM.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Mr. Charlie,
But like,
Mr.
they're
Correct.
always telling you not to look at your phone or even.
Like sometimes just like looking at the screen all day.
Yeah, yes, sure. This is Lamardo.
Extreme. So.
Okay. In that,
I wonder if they could add that to like my description.
this email that
I think Bart said this.
exhibit
Is
A
it?
is from the other exhibit
I
A.
lost my glasses. And
So the total
I at a hotel.
on the first
Mr. Chair?
budget is $2,500,000.
I'm glad I asked.
Mr. Chair, you are being talked over.
Well, lately it's been really.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Somebody
so
needs to put their phone on mute.
Yes, yes, sir.
Used to be able to wear them all day, you know? But now
This is just risk management. I thought it was ours.
I got my eye.
Did she send me? This is what I was asking for.
Maybe
it will be, I guess.
Okay, do we go on mute? Mr. Surratt.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. This is Lamardo now.
Okay. We start the review. I've got another email. Second part, it looks end of that. 2021 budget, and then underscore reduce in the PDF. First page on the right hand, it says that at the bottom, that summary is $92,530,781. Is that the one we could be looking at?
Oh man, got 92 million. I think that's you guys. You guys is
and it's the business unit 112,001 in consecutive to 112,010, and then after that it goes to 118,024, and then after that, then the business 12002.
right hand column 2,530,000. That's Exhibit A. Mr. Chair, this is Lamardo.
Yes.
The one you just mentioned is the Navajo Nation budget fund type budget summary. Exhibit A, and on the right hand column is 92,530,781.
Yeah.
That's what we're reading.
Mr. Chair, that was what we were reading to you when you asked for the budget summary. It's the allocations of each department.
Okay. So is that back in the same order? Because we had part of that, I guess, last.
Or you just had partial. It didn't. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So, committee members, are you all with me on this new?
You just got half.
Mr. Moon, that's where we're at.
Wherever you left off at, that's where we're at.
Are you with me? I found the right document, but I don't know if the committee is got that document before them. Miss Bob Ross, Mr. Moon, are you with me?
Excuse me, Chair, this is Miss Bob Ross. I heard my name, but then your question faded out.
So, right document, Mr. Charlie, Mr. Surratt was summarizing. I don't know if committee or staff are on that same page. It's
Chair, this is Dana, and I believe that I am on the same page. I do have the documents that were being discussed in front of me now.
On the bottom right-hand corner of the first page of Exhibit A, 92,530,781.
Yes.
If the committee is on that same page. Members? Ms. Canis, are you on the same page?
Yes, I sent out updated exhibits also just a while ago.
Okay. Committee first. Committee members? Mr. Mose, are we still on the call?
Yes, sir, we're still here.
Have you found the proper page?
Yes, we have. Oh.
Okay.
First page, yeah. Exhibit A with 92,530,781. That's what we have.
Okay. Mr. Charlie, let's go forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so this is OMB, Darlene.
Yes, Ms. Sam.
I finally got the file from Beverly, so it's a 183-page document, which is your budget form 1 through 6 for general services. The first page that you referred to as Exhibit A, I already read that into the record under the OMB report. What you have here in the file is a different version, and then you also have the version that's attached to the Oversight Committee. So my recommendation to the committee was to go directly to the budget.
Okay. Committee members, did you get Mr. Charlie? Let's go as what Ms. Sam has recommended. Doing this budget by remote telecom is an exercise that really leaves us at a disadvantage. Go ahead, Mr. Charlie. Budget Form 1.
Hello, Mr. Chair. This is Lomardo. Do you want us to continue on the exhibits, or do you want me to start where I left off on the general services budget?
Okay. The general services budget, Form 1, page 1 of 10.
I can start over if you would like me to. Sure.
Just a minute.
Okay.
I want to make sure we're all on the same page. That would be under column B, proposed budget. The bottom figures is $557,242.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Let's go forward then.
Okay, sir. I will go ahead and start from the top again. Fiscal year 2021, Navajo Nation Program Budget Summary, Budget Form number 1. Business Unit Number 112001, program titled Division of General Services. Division and branch is General Service Executive. Prepared by Marlene S. Slim, Administrative Service Officer. Phone number is 871-6311. I'm going to leave out the email address. I'm going to go to Part 2, Funding Sources. General Funds from 10/20/9/21. The amount of $354,629, and it is 64% of the budget. Line 2, IDC, indirect costs, fiscal year 10/20 to 9/30/21, in the amount of $202,613. It's 36% of the budget. Part 3, budget summary. Code 2001, personal expense, fund type 1, Navajo Nation approve original budget, $309,997. Proposed budget, $406,949. A total of a plus side is $96,952. Code 300, travel expense, type code 1, Navajo Nation approve original budget, $22,206. Proposed budget, $15,187, with a minus of $7,019. 3,500 meeting expense, 000 or blank across. Code 4000, supplies, fund type 1, Navajo Nation approve original budget, $9,518. Proposed budget, $10,996, with a plus of $1,478. Lease and rental, code 5000, fund code 1, Navajo Nation approved original budget of $1,734. Proposed budget, $1,738, a plus of 4. Code 5500, communication and utilities, fund code 1, Navajo Nation approved original budget of $4,172. Proposed budget, $4,172. The difference is 0. Code 6000, repairs and maintenance, fund code 1, Navajo Nation approved original budget, $2,600. Proposed budget, $2,600. A difference of 0. Code 6500, contractual service. No code type on it. Navajo Nation approved original budget of 0. Proposed budget of $5,000. Total of $5,000 and a plus. Code 700, special transactions. Fund type 1, Navajo Nation approved original budget, $5,503. Proposed budget, $6,485. A difference of plus $982. Public assistance, code 8000, no fund code, and 0 approved budget original, 0 proposed, and 0 difference. Capital outlay, 9000, code 1, Navajo Nation approved original, 0. Proposed budget, $1,115. Total difference, plus 104,115. 9,500 matching funds all the way across nothing. 9,500 indirect costs all the way across zero. The total budget, Navajo Nation approved original budget, 355,730. Proposed budget, 557,342. A difference of 201,512. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of position budget, 4 on D, and on E, 5. Total number of vehicles budgeted on D, line D is 1, line E is 1.
I think he got jammed when they turned the electricity off or something, but I got too much going on to deal with it.
Hello? Budget form, number 2, fiscal year 2021. Program information, business unit number 112001. Program name and title, Division of General Services. Part 1, Part 2, Plan of Operation, Resolution Number, Purpose of Program. GSCS 69-95. The purpose of Division of General Service is to administer, plan, manage, and monitor all administrative service activities of the Navajo Nation government. Division of General Service and its departments and programs shall facilitate effective management and delivery of these diverse services. Program, Part 3, Program Performance Criteria. Goal 1, oversee and complete President's priorities. Window Government Campus signs, second road for safety exit. First quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 2 on the goals. Number 2, goal statement, complete plan of operation for general services, complete Division of General Services plan of operation, reorganization, first quarter 1, first quarter 1, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 1. Goal statement, number 3, work with the 9 departments, conduct quality updates on projects within division. First quarter is 4, second quarter is 4, third quarter is 4, and fourth quarter is 4. Goal statements, attend all agency meetings, program performances, attend a quarterly agency meetings. First quarter 10, second quarter is their major equipment. First quarter is 2, second quarter is 2, third quarter is 2, and fourth quarter is 2. Signed Part 4 by myself, Lomardo Azaret, and concurred by Paulson Chaco, Chief of Staff. That is it, sir.
Excuse me, Chair?
Go ahead, Honorable Halona.
Yeah, we're going to do the same thing that we did yesterday. You know, on that second page, we bypassed those because those are pretty much where we could just read those ourselves. So they don't have to go through that.
Well, at the start, I wouldn't go through Form 2. But the committee members, for me, goal statement number 5. There's no budget for air transportation. how do you do this? And then goal statement 4. Is that really a goal statement? Attend agency meetings.
Mr.
For
Chair?
me, the goal statement would be to increase efficiency of the division, something that manner. Attend agency meetings is more like a job description. So, members, in that regard, have an increase of 1,000 from last year's.
Chair, Chair, this is Lamardo Azaret. Do you want me to respond to this questions?
Yes.
Okay. Chair, this, number 4 basically is 10 agency meetings. That's one of the president's priorities, to try to attend all meetings so that we as directors know what's happening in each agency, so we could come back, and if it has anything to do with the division, then we would address some of that stuff. On number 5, sir, we do not have any budget for that, but we are going to be asking for either a supplemental or unmet budget to repair the second plane. Right now, as we speak, we are getting the first plane, the small plane, repaired. And when we get the second plane, we'll have 2 planes, sir. Chair?
Just Delegate Slater, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Satilla. Honorable Carl Slater.
Thank you. This is regarding the air transport program, and what I'd like to know is if the program or the division has conducted any sort of benefit cost analysis between owning planes as opposed to budgeting the same amount for private air service.
Mr. Acer.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Honorable Carl Slater. Thank you for your question about the program and on air transportation. We were starting that about 6-7 months ago to see if it was feasible to try to use outside, actually outsourcing this. And because of the pandemic, we put that aside, but we can still continue looking at that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to make myself available to yourself in the program to help facilitate that effort. I'm sure, as you're aware, I used to be the airports manager over at Navajo DOT, and I think with your predecessor and other people have had that conversation. In addition to that, I think some of these services, we need to consider how the nation can spin them off into some sort of enterprise or way to make income for the nation. I know that has been a discussion before in the past with your division, thinking about emergency air medical transport and how to make that happen. I don't think we need to discuss that right now, but I think that, and this is the second part of my question, Mr. Martinez, on the legislative concerns items, or where is it appropriate where we could put in language saying that we're directing the program to do that sort of benefit cost analysis and return to the council or oversight within a certain number of months with that? Should we deal with that now or wait until we pass the final budget?
Mr. Vice Chair, you can put that under Exhibit D and as a legislative concern. And that would be up to the committee if they want to discuss that now. Mr. Vice Chair.
All right.
Do we have Ledge Counsel on the phone who could help me with that sort of amendment, or is something to discuss further and we can table and just add it at the end?
But Vice Chair Slater and committee members, the legislative concerns would require a motion and a second and a vote. Now, and we could automatically put it into Exhibit B.
Okay, well, I'd like to make that motion. And the motion is to include under Exhibit B the sense of the committee that the program should perform a benefit cost analysis for the purposes of identifying the most cost-effective way of doing, I guess, what would we call this?
Air transportation.
Shuttle versus private air versus the existing air transportation program.
Okay, I'll accept that motion. Committee members, do I have a second?
Second, Juanica.
Thank you, Honorable Edison Juanica. Second motion. Mr. If there's no other discussion, then let's do a roll call vote on that.
Aye, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Carl Slater green.
Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene Stowe.
Green.
Honorable Charlene Stowe votes green. Honorable S&J Juanica. Green. Honorable S&J Juanica votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Chair, vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting.
Vice Chair, I'm sorry, Vice Chair, can you restate your legislative concerns? I got part of it and then I got muted.
Yeah, no worries. I think I might have cut out at the end too because my call just dropped. I had to call back in. The legislative concern is directing the program to perform a benefit cost analysis on the existing air transport program and existing alternatives to determine the most cost-effective way to perform the purposes of the air transport program. And I have another motion I'd like to make. I know we really haven't gotten into the transit side, but I think my colleagues are probably on the same page. Chair, can I be recognized to discuss that right now, or do you want to wait until later?
Vice Chair, can you
go ahead?
Or you put
go
on
ahead.
Can you put, directing the program should do a benefit cost analysis on existing air transportation for most effective way? Did I miss something right there? Mr. Mr.
Yes,
Vice
to
Chair.
perform a benefit cost analysis on the existing air transport program and alternatives to determine the most cost-effective way to achieve the goals of the air transport program.
Thank you.
And Vice Chair Slade, your second motion?
The second motion is to perform a feasibility study for integrating the transit program into the Division of Transportation, and that would be completed by the middle of the second quarter of FY 2021.
Mr. Vice Chair, can you repeat that one again? I'm sorry.
A directive to the Division of General Services to perform a feasibility study on the transfer and integration of the Navajo Transit Program into the Division of Transportation. And committee members, colleagues, the purpose of this amendment is to look at how Navajo can join the rest of our fellow tribal nations in having a fully integrated transit and DOT. Virtually every single other tribe, and I'll be honest, I'm not aware of really any other tribe that separates its transportation program from its transit program. And there are synergies that can be achieved by utilizing the DOT funding with transit funding and vice versa. Examples would be, building bus turnouts or enhancing some of the transit options. And we currently, I think in my analysis and many others, slow or inhibit or diminish that sort of communication, facilitation, and common goal setting by keeping them in separate divisions. And it's not anyone's, willfully trying to push down anything like that. That's what happens. It's what we're currently dealing with. And I just think that at the very least, we should perform this study so we would know what obstacles there may be and whether it makes sense to pursue this option. Because, of course, Navajo is different than every other tribe or Rancheria or Alaska Native Village.
Mr. Vice Chair, for accuracy, can you send me an email on the directives for the legislative concern? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, committee members, I'll recognize Vice Chair Slater's motion.
Second, Wanika.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. Second. Any discussion? If not, then Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carlos Slater.
Douglas Slater, green.
Honorable Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Alona.
Green. Alona.
Honorable Pernell Alona votes green. Honorable Charlene Stowe.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene Stowe votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mose. Let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Chair Wanika.
Honorable Wanika, you have the floor, the phone line.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I have a concern in reference to Budget Form 1. I'm comparing it with fund type budget summary, Exhibit A, and based on the fiscal year 2020 general fund budget. All the programs from 1 to 10, your general fund budget is pretty much similar with the proposed budget, with the exception of Division of General Service. There's an increase of over 200,000, and I want to know where those fundings are coming from, because I'm very concerned about what happened with Authority last year. Funds were taken out of different programs without the consent of the program, and it's a real concern. So I'd like to find out where that additional 200,000 is coming from. Hey there, Chair, I don't know if we have to revisit so that we can get that information. I'd like to question that when the programs are making their presentations also. If you have.
Kushila, Honorable Wanika, I'll allow Mr. Aceret and staff to answer that concern.
Mr. Chair, this is OMB. We have a comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Sam.
Good morning. This is Darlene Sam from OMB. This is regarding the electronic file that you got, the budgets for 11/20/01. If you go to budget form 1 and then you go to form 2 and then the rest of the forms, there's some forms missing. If you go to the page after budget form 2, it goes directly into the 4000 series. So there's at least 2 pages missing out of this budget. If you compare it to budget form 1, see there's a series. There's supposed to be a budget for personnel and travel. That page is missing from this electronic file. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sam. Thank you for having that overview. Otherwise, the committee and our staff wouldn't have caught it. Appreciate that. Mr. Aceret and Mr. Charlie. Number one, the first one, the concern by Honorable Wanika, and then I guess we proceed with the incomplete file.
Mr. Chair, this is Lamardo Azeret again.
Go ahead.
Okay, the concern that he had that, about the budget, if you would have gone down to Form 5 on the budget here, is that we're trying to budget for, it basically says unclassified title right now is, we're trying to budget for a Deputy General Services Director, and that comes out to $110,876. And that's part of the increase that you see on the budget on page on Form 1. The other question about Form 3 and 3 is which is the personnel form. We just probably forgot to put that one in, and we'll get that sent out as soon as we get the copy. Maybe we'll send out email, and it shows that there's 5 personnel in a total of it. Before it used to be only 4. So that's the reason for the increase. Sir?
Okay, and the increase for personnel is 100,000. What's the balance then? I think he said that there was an increase of over 200,000.
Sir, the increase was 120,000. I'm just approximating right now the increase from last year to 120,000. Again, approximate right now. Right now, with personnel expenses, Navajo Nation approved original budget is 309,997. The proposed budget is 436,483. A total difference of plus 126,486. So 110,000 will come out of that, and the other amount I think we put it into supplies for PPEs and glass and that type of stuff. Sir?
Well, thank you, Mr. Aceret. And Honorable Wanika, does that address your concerns?
Well, it addresses what the fund is going to be used for, but I didn't get an answer from where the additional funding is coming from. I know it's probably coming from programs within the division, and I don't know if those programs are aware, or if they were made aware that there's going to be an amount taken out of their program. That's a concern I have, and that wasn't answered.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Wanika. Mr. Aceret,
Sir,
it's relative to what happened last year, and how do we proceed to not do that this year? Also, in addition to what Mr. Honorable Edison Wanika put on the table.
Sir. Oh, sir. The amount that you're talking about, Mr. Wanika, Honorable Wanika, every division under General Services got all of the amount, same amount from the last year. There was no cuts, no anything. The amount that we got was from IDC, indirect costs, and basically indirect costs was also being used for Admin 1 building repairs. And right now, as we stand, we're just kind of looking at that, and that's kind of what we're doing. On the Deputy Division Director, sir, we can wait and probably look at that coming in December again. I want to make it clear that the BNF last year basically took a lot of money from facilities, and that's where the downfall or the shortage came from. And I don't know if you remember back then, committee members, is that we put in for a unmet budget for $7 million, and out of the $7 million, we didn't get anything. I just want to make that known to the committee. And this year again, we are going to put in for unmet budgets, either that or supplemental again, and we just want to know to fill those voids. Sir?
Honorable Wanika, does that address your concerns?
Yes, to an extent. The only other concern is Mr. Ezra is talking about a deputy. I think there was a personnel study that was done. I remember during the McDonald administration, he put deputies in all the programs as far as division directors are concerned. But I think based on the personnel study, they took all the deputies out. So I don't know, there probably has to be either by us or the president's office. I think we have to look at that. We probably have to relook at the plan of operation or whatever. It is so. I don't know if there's a real need for a deputy also. But we probably have to look at the division's operation. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Edison Wanika. So we'll go ahead and proceed further with the review.
Sure. This is Lamardo again. Harlan Charlie will be doing BC. I'll give him the floor. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Charlie.
Okay. Again, members of the HESI committee, my name is Emmanuel Charlie. I'm the department manager for the insurance services department. Kia ani slokatni slani bashichin ado todichini eya dashinalido kilichini dashichet. Agisna shagi inde the which be told aje agisna shah ako under insurance service department. I have three departments, three sections. And but they're all proprietary. And my section, and I only have 2 staff this year, myself and administrative assistant. That's all we have in our budget this year. So I'll go ahead and go through the budget and have some questions. So form budget 1, fiscal year 2021 Navajo Nation program project budget summary. Part 1, Business Unit 112003, Program Title Insurance Services Department, under the Division of General Service Executive Branch. I prepared the budget. My phone number is 871-6461, and my email address is there. In Part 1 of Budget Form 1, the funding source, general funds from October 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2021, $126,421 at 52%. I get IDC allocation, fiscal year term, 10/1/2000 to 9/30/2021. I got $115,194, 48%, a total of $241,615. Part 3, budget summary. I got personal expenses under the original budget of $209,315. And the proposed budget is $157,076. A minus of $52,239. $3,000 account travel expenses. Original budget $19,549. Proposed budget $16,291. A difference, a minus of $3,258. 3,500 account meeting expenses. Original budget $1,998. Proposed budget $3,924. Under C, a difference of $1,926. 4,000 account, original budget $7,678. Proposed budget $8,664. A difference of $986. 5,000 leases and rental. Original budget was $3,895. Proposed budget is $18,385, a difference of $14,490. 5,500 account is communication utility. Original budget is $9,432. Proposed budget $6,288, a minus of $3,144. 6,000 account repair and maintenance. Original budget $14,000. Proposed budget $2,972, a difference of $1,572. 6,500 contractual services. Original budget was $12,212. Our proposed budget is $7,507, a minus of $4,705. 8,000 public assistant, I have nothing. 9,000 cafe outlay. Original budget was nothing. The proposed budget is $15,832, and a difference of $15,832. So the original budget was $2,075,516. The proposed budget is $41,615, a difference of a minus of $33,001. Original budget, I had 3 personnel, 1 vehicle, and the proposed budget, I have 2 personnel and 1 vehicle. Form 2, Part 1, Business Unit 112003, Program Title, Insurance Services Department. Part 2, the Plan Operation Resolution Number, purpose of the program. We have an approved BNF Resolution BSN 3417. On Part 3, our first objective, our first goal statement is update insurance coverage report with the Navajo Nation Enterprise and chapters on a quarterly basis. Provide training and conduct site visit with Navajo Nation Enterprise and Navajo Nation Certified Chapter on a quarterly basis, 4 times always with every quarter. 2, goal statement 2, provide administrative and technical support to Navajo Nation Insurance Commission to develop a comprehensive insurance coverages plan. Facilitate short-term range strategies per quarter with the Navajo Nation Insurance Commission and the insurance participants. And we have 4 in each quarter. Goal statement 3, secure insurance claims file through a 4-tier or Tier 4 database for archiving and retrieval of documents. Program performance measures, upload 25 claim folders per quarter into the secure backup survey for claims management. We try to do 25 per quarter. Goal statement 4, conduct preventative awareness campaign to all Navajo Nation insurance participants to decrease medical claim experience. Program measures, provide training education to Navajo Nation Enterprise, Navajo Nation Government, and Navajo Nation chapters per quarter. We have 4 in each quarter. Goal statement 5, redesign insurance service office cubicle layout to meet HIPAA regulation and enclose the front office for document control. Program measure, secure insurance services department and programs and Division of General Services Working Environment and Administration Building 1. We have on the first quarter 0, second quarter we have 1, third same, and fourth quarter the same. Member of the HESI committee, this is my proposed budget from the Insurance Services Department. Chair?
Thank you, Cecilia. Mr. Charlie, committee members, do you have questions?
Now, Alona, I got a couple questions there.
Honorable Halona.
Thank you, committee members. I just had a question on why the big increase on I think it was the lease and rentals, and then also the capital outlay. I was trying to find out what the increase is on those for.
Ms. Shirley.
Okay, thank you for that question. Your first question is why the increase in lease and rental. The lease and rental is 500 series. There are increases because we need a Xerox machine. Right now, we only have one small one that employee benefits use, and then also risk management. We want to get a larger Xerox machine so that we're able to archive and scan in bulk and also make copies of, we make a lot of copies with insurance. So we want to, that's where the money went to, see if we can lease a bigger Xerox machine instead of a small machine that all the departments can use. And also the capital outlay, that one will accomplish my goal 5 to redesign the cubicles. Right now, we have cubicles at different sizes, and we want to make it to where it's all the size of the cubicle is the same within the floor. Not only that, we're trying right now to put a sneeze guard those cubicles, but we have to go through the whole procurement process of advertising and getting a contract through to do it. And so anyhow, that's what we're doing, Honorable Halona. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Honorable Carl Slater, can you preside over this for a few minutes? I've got to take another phone call.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Follow-up question?
Honorable Slater.
You're recognized.
Vice Chair, I have a follow-up question.
Yes, Delegate Haloni, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. So on that, back to the capital outlay, funding for that to do your rearranging the cubicles and all that, I'm assuming that's for the social distancing and to get in order. Is there any of that money coming in to, are you scheduled to have any money coming in to pay for that through the CARES Act? That's my question, sir.
Thank you. That's CARES Act.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Yes, that's all for social distancing, and I'm trying to protect my staff for safety. I'm not getting any CARES Act funding. They haven't given us an account or anything to use, so I haven't budgeted or anything on it yet. So I don't know if I can depend on that. So I need to address this right away because we don't know how long the pandemic's going to last. It might be lasting a couple of years down the road. So I need to put my staff at a safety. So thank you.
Okay, I was just checking on that because we did allocate several $1 million for all the departments to have their offices rearranged and put plexiglass up, and I was just wondering if that was included. You guys included on that? I'm assuming you are. So we'll just have to approve the budget the way it is. I guess if you don't have any information from them about the CARES Act. Thank you.
Delegate Halona, my call crashed and I had to get back on. Were you asking about the usage of CARES Act funding to address the items that Mr. Azar expressed for those increases? Is that what your question was about?
Yes, it was.
And I apologize for making you reiterate what you just said, Mr. Azar, but what was the reason for requesting general funds as opposed to using CARES Act funding for those purposes?
This is Lombardo. Honorable Carl Slater. Yes, right now, as it stands, we don't have a business unit numbers right now. We're trying to work really hard on getting all the business numbers for all the CARES Act. And just to reiterate it, on the 10 million, we do have 10 million, and it's being overseen by facilities to add the plexiglass and move around some of the desks to make the 6-foot space between them. But again, right now, as it stands, we're just waiting for the business unit and the authorization number.
Okay, and do you have a timeline for when those business units are going to be set up? And can you forward to your oversight committee a copy of the plan for retrofitting the Navajo Nation facilities to comply with the public health guidance and the president's orders?
Yes, sir, Honorable Slater. We will be giving, if you need a copy of it, as soon as we get a copy of all the business unit numbers and authorization letters, we are trying to comply with the legislation 4720 and 4620. And as soon as we get that all taken care of, I'll be gladly to send something to the committee itself. Sir?
Thank you. You know, this is particularly relevant with this budget cycle, and I know the committee has been pretty deferential to the executive branch and trying to deliver the purposes of those legislations. But when it comes to appropriations, we're really going to need to have some tight answers on what the theory is for appropriating either the general funds for things that are eligible under the CARES Act or directly from the CARES Act business units that may be set up. And you know, there's a lot of things and a lot of concerns and little peculiarities and issues that come up from the programs as opposed to what's happening in legislators' minds. And that's where we'll need, you know, your advisement, et cetera, and the executive branch's advisement. But to date, I don't think the committee's received any information about the usage of those funds. And at last week's Budget and Finance Committee, we were informed that $0.00 have been expended by the executive branch with CARES Act funding. And that's deeply concerning. So we need to keep that in mind as we move through this process.
Okay.
Committee members. Is there further discussion? Or shall we proceed? Can we proceed, Mr. Lazarus?
Yes, sir. I heard the question, and yes, we will try to give you as much information once we, like I said, get all the authorizations from OMB and the okay to expend all the monies, at least in Cumbria. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair?
So, do you have further business units to move down through in your explanation? Or, I'm sorry, my computer just crashed and I'm trying to pull everything up again. I thought we were still proceeding through your presentation, sir.
Okay, yes, sir, Honorable Slater. He's got a couple more, so I'll give it back to Mr. Charlie.
Honorable Slater, that's pretty much with my budget if there's not any more questions. But the other part I want to mention too is that the capital outlay also includes, we're trying to close our office in the front office where we put a window walk up to it. Right now, everybody's the general public can just walk through our office, and we need to we need to be in compliance with the HIPAA. There's a lot of files that have personal information on claims files, and we're supposed to have a secured enclosed office, just like administration, like finance. So administration building 1, we're supposed to have all our office enclosed. So our office is not enclosed. As part of that money is also to put a wall and put a walk-up window on it. So that's where the funds is at. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Dale with Risk Management doing the next presentation. May I proceed?
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Good morning, committee members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. My name is Sean Vendale. I'm the Program Supervisor for Risk Management and Safety Loss Control Programs. My business unit is 112004. Before you is budget forms 1, 2, and 3, or pages 1, 2, and 3 on budget forms 1, 2, and 4. Again, business unit 112004, Risk Management Safety Loss Control Program under Division of General Services. Budgets prepared by myself, Sean Vendale. Contact information is located there. Part 2, funding source. This is an IDC account. Indirect cost for this fiscal year in the amount of $36,574. Part 3, the budget summary. This program does not budget for personnel expenses, so that item is nothing indicated in that item. Under the 3000 series, Part 3, travel expenses. Last year's approved budget was $9,500. This year's approved budget is $9,500, a difference of 0. Going down to supplies, the next budgeted line item. Last year's approved budget was $7,925. This year is $27,074, an increase of $19,149. Next line item down, 5000 series, lease and rental. Last year's budget was $6,500. This year we've zeroed that out, and we have a difference of $6,500. Moving on down to contractual services. Last year we budgeted $1,000. This year we've taken that out, a difference of minus $1,000. Under the 7000 series special transactions, $6,684 was budgeted last year. This year's proposed budget is 0. We have a difference of $6,684 for a total proposed budget of $36,574, an increase from last year in the amount of $4,965. Part 4, total number of positions is 0. Total number of vehicles under this business unit is 0. Moving on to budget form 2, page 2. Goal statement number 1 under program, let me go back. Part 1 is the program information. Part 2 is our updated plan of operation, BFN-34-17. Part 3 is our program performance criteria. Goal statement number 1, review and investigate claims. Provide assistance in 20 accident investigation for Navajo Nation Insurance Pool members per quarter. Goal statement number 2, presentation and outreach for employees. Conduct 4 safety trainings per quarter with certification. Goal statement number 3, recruitment and outreach. Recruit 160 safety training attendees per quarter. Goal statement number 4, conduct facility safety inspections for the Navajo Nation and insured members. Program performance measures, conduct a total of 60 building safety inspections per quarter. Goal statement number 5, increase chapter involvement. Performance measure, conduct 15 chapter inspections, trainings, and outreach per quarter. Below that is our signatory line and sign off for the budget. And then budget form 4 is attached for your review, a detailed breakdown of where expenses occur. Mr. Chair, I stand by for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. Committee members, the floor is open to questions to the program. Well, I'll start us off then. Mr. Dale, I have a couple questions, and they're related to some of the actions that have been presented to the committee in public and in private, and they concern employees doing work outside of the grants that fund their positions. And we know that the vast majority of funding that comes and comprises our annual budget is external funds. So we have a lot of employees who aren't funded by the Navajo Nation's internal monies. Because of that, there are stipulations on what they can or can't do because they're contracted to do, specific work for those parameters of their contract. And what sort of work does your department do to ensure that externally funded programs are performing the duties for which they are contracted? And I bring that up because I've received a lot of public and private petitions, and it's very difficult as a legislator to intervene because we're supposed to look at the full picture, and oftentimes we mess everything up when we get involved. But could you help the HES committee understand where we could tighten up this aspect of the nation's work? Because I'm always fearful that the second we loosen our controls or permit things like this to happen, and it seems to be occurring across all sorts of different divisions, whether it's something as small as scanning things for another program to literally providing your program's equipment to other programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Chair, for the question. The insurance program is how would you say, is a reactive program. So to really have our input on programs, I guess, improperly using their funds, would have to occur. Let's say a program's budget is specifically allocated for a specific purpose, but those employees are doing work outside their normal scope or dealing with private individuals or private homes or private matters that don't relate to the government. I'm sure, and I'm not with the auditors program, but I'm sure that's a mismanagement of funds. But from an insurance perspective, if we touch a individual's personal property, then we become liable for any repairs or any instance or any damage that may occur. From that perspective is what I say is when we're reactive. Even on an even broader picture, the workers' compensation program, if an employee is doing work outside their scope, outside their assigned responsibilities, then the workers' comp coverage does not extend to them as well. For example, if an employee, let's use employee housing. If the employee housing program, their employees are collecting money at the fairgrounds for parking, that is definitely outside their scope of work. And if they were injured doing that, then they would not be covered from a workers' comp perspective. And if money should be missing, they would not be covered from a risk management perspective as well. So those are some of the situations. And I understand we're also receiving some calls and concerns in regards to the tribal offices doing personal or addressing personal concerns in that matter. Mr. Chair. I hope that answers some of your questions.
Thank you. It does. I think that the point I'm getting at is that our poor OMB analysts and the people over at accounts payable and over at OOC, I just feel like there's a deluge of information that they have to go through and sift through to understand and ensure compliance. And that only comes from official documentation, and they do the best they can. But we know that we have people within the government who are very sophisticated at spending or reading in between the lines or stretching the rules. And the concern really is that as that expertise develops, that oversight needs to keep pace. And I think we need to work together over this year to identify and strengthen that relationship maybe between the compliance and oversight and risk management. I know everyone's trying to do their best, but if that's something we can keep in mind over FY21, I'm not sure if we need to put it as a legislative concern right now, but just based on the volume of information presented to me personally as Vice Chair of HES, we seem to have a lot of questionable behavior or alleged questionable behavior. So, moving on, committee members, do we have further questions for Mr. Dale?
Chair, this is Helona. Couple questions.
Delegate Helona, you're recognized.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Dale, I was let's see, I got to pull up my email again. What is on the supply? You got $19,000 increase on that. What is that exactly going to be spent for? And then also on the total positions budgeted, you have 0. Is that because it's just this account is just an indirect cost and nobody's overseeing it and nobody's employed with it? Those are my couple of questions there. Chair.
Mr. Dale.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Helona. In our supplies, we have budgeted $27,074, which is an increase. A bulk of that increase is in our non-cap assets, our supplies, primarily our equipment. With the current situation, safety is needing additional supplies. Our approach is for our insured, which includes the Navajo Nation and all the enterprises. We need an increase in equipment, analytical equipment, air monitoring equipment, those type of things. So that has been budgeted for at least 2 of each. Technical equipment, analyzing equipment in that fashion is pretty expensive. So this is kind of a drop in the bucket for the safety program, but it helps them. It helps give them a boost. So that's where a lot of the supplies is in the analytical equipment and some of the non-cap equipment. They could be gas monitors, or they could be light meters, air anemometers for air movement, just to ensure that our air circulation is proper and we're receiving proper ventilation. This is an IDC account. This 112004, their risk management safety has another budget, 812005. That is our proprietary account budget. Safety has an operating and personnel budget under that one as well. 812023 is their business unit on that end. Mr. Helena.
Thank you, Mr. Dale, for that information. Just again, I was wondering that because of the air monitoring and all that, I guess it's you're trying to beef up for the virus protection of all the people in all the offices. But I'm going to ask that question again. Is that something that can be covered under the CARES Act and funding?
Thank you, Mr. Helona. Again, let me just be blunt. I tend to be just direct about a lot of things. There was no request to any programs about submitting any proposals. So I just assume that I'm not going to wait for anybody or beg for anybody for some of that money. If I could get a budget for it and implement it in somewhere, I'm going to put it down because I know it's a needed piece of equipment. What's happening with and I hate to say it, what's happening with the CARES Fund, where it's not being trickled down. I don't know where it sets at with programs who really need some operational equipment and safety equipment, analytical equipment. I'm not sure where that stands, and I'm not one to really go around and just, ask people, I need this, and get shot down. So I figured I have this IDC allocation. I might as well just put it there.
Yeah, okay. So it can be covered under that CARES Act. It's just you don't have any chance that you think you might be getting some that's going to be trickling down.
Yeah.
Chair, Vice Chair. I guess that's another one of those. Like I said on the first round. I don't know what we're going to do and how fast they're going to be able to release all that funding so that we can do some spending. I think we're going to run into a few more of these down the road again. So whatever we need to do to help speed them up, I'm not sure exactly about for your direction, Vice Chair. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Delegate Helena, for those questions. I think they're raising some really important points, and I just don't get how we can go from March 27th to now and not really have a solid plan that can be communicated by everybody within the Division of General Services on what the plans are for using some of the funding that, in theory, is being made available to them under the CARES Act and has been made available to them. But we're not going to fix that right now. Committee members, do we have any further questions for Mr. Dale? Going once, going twice, going three times. Mr. Isaac, can you please proceed to the next program?
Good afternoon. This is Pearl Lee. I am the program manager with Navajo Nation Telecommunication Utilities, and I will be presenting our budget. So if you go to Budget Form 1, Part 1, the business unit number is 112006, and this is for the Navajo Nation Telecommunication.
Ms. Lee, can you give us 1 moment?
Sure.
Just to make sure that all the committee members can get to that. You said, can you repeat the business unit number again?
112006.
Okay, thank you. Can you just give me about 30 seconds?
Sure.
I'm a young man, but I have the vision of a 105-year-old, so looking at all these numbers is kind of difficult. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, again, going to Budget Form 1, Part 1, Business Unit 112006. Program is Navajo Nation Telecommunication Utilities Department under the Division of General Service under the Executive Branch. This was prepared by Admin Assistant Barbara Yazzie. Going to Part 2, we have 2 funding sources. The first one is General Fund in the amount of $251,807, and this is the same allocations that we got for this current fiscal year. Our second funding source is indirect cost recovery in the amount of $278,900, and this is a decrease from this current year of $60,570. Total budget of $530,707. Going on to Part 3, Budget Summary. Personnel, our current budget is $513,153. Our proposed budget is $489,689, with a decrease of $23,464. And that is, the reason for that is we had abolished our property clerk, which is currently vacant. And their duties and responsibilities will be handled by the account maintenance specialist and the 2 radio techs. So there's no issues there. The next line item is travel expenses. Our current budget is $21,281. Our proposed budget is $19,622, decrease of $1,659. The next item is supplies. Current budget of $5,438. Our proposed budget is $13,831, increase of $8,393, and that's basically due to more supplies that we need, mainly PPEs for the employees. The next budgeted line item is communication utilities. Our current budget is $1,380. Our proposed budget is $2,508, increase of $1,128. The next budget item is special transactions. Current budget is $5,025. Our proposed budget is $5,057, increase of $32. Our overall current budget is $546,277. Our proposed budget is $530,707, with an overall decrease of $15,570. Going to Part 4, we currently have 10 budgeted positions and 1 vehicle. For our proposed budget, we'll have 9 positions with 1 vehicle. Going on to our budget form 2. In Part 1, this is for Business Unit 112006. Going on to Part 2 is our plan of operation. And Part 3 is our 4 goal statements. The first one is to ensure Navajo Nation radio frequency network is operational, and this will be measured by site visits, 5 per quarter. The second goal is to ensure all wireless devices are being utilized by Navajo Nation office. The performance measure is number of division offices inventory, so that's 4 per quarter. Our next goal is to ensure all telecommunication services are being utilized by divisions and executive offices. Our performance measure is number of divisions and offices inventory, 4 per quarter. And our last goal is to reduce repair and maintenance costs by performing services internally. And that performance measure is number of work orders performed internally, with a goal of 175 per quarter. So that is our proposed budget. And I also have, okay, no, never mind, that's records. I also oversee the records department, but I'm not sure if after the questions for this current budget, I go to that, or I just wait my turn per the agenda. Thank you.
Ms. Lee, can you repeat that last statement you just made? I didn't quite catch it about proceeding or not.
Oh, yes. I am currently the delegated supervisor for the records management department. So I'm not sure.
Oh, I see. Okay, no. We're going to stick on telecommunications for the time being, and then we'll move forward. Committee members, you've heard from Ms. Lee. Can you please provide some questions to her?
Delegate Halona?
Delegate Halona, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to go back to your supplies. In your description for job justification supplies, you mentioned that most of that was for PPE, but it's not written on your in your object code description. It just says general supplies, general operating supplies. That's where the PPE is coming from. And again, I'm going to ask the question about the CARES fund. $10 million out for that for all the Navajo Nation offices. Have you had any connection with that? Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Halona, because of the train in the background, I think it might have been difficult to hear, but You had two questions, and one of them was about utilization of CARES Act funding. And what was the first one again?
It was all basically about the CARES funding, if they had any conversations about that. Because in the general supplies, they didn't say anything about it. She mentioned that most of that money and the increase on supplies was for PPE. But it's not written in their object code description.
Okay, Ms. Lee, if you got all of that, please respond to Delegate Helena.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Helena, for those questions. If you go to Budget Form 4, you'd see on the top under housing supplies, it does mention it. It says office supplies, copy paper, pens, paper, postage, courier supply, online subscription, general operating supply, includes PPE supplies for staff. And then to answer your question on CARES funding, they did submit a CARES funding budget for PPE, but we hadn't got any response on that. I think that was submitted at least a month and a half ago or more. Otherwise, we weren't allocated any CARES.
To whom was that submitted, Ms. Lee?
That was submitted to our division office. My understanding is upon approval of the PPE several months ago, we were requested to submit budgets for that, and we subsequently did.
Are you presently tracking any purchases that may be related or eligible to CARES Act funding for future potential reimbursement?
Yes, our proposed budget that we submitted included our expenditures that we incurred and additional needs that we had. I think our budget was, I want to say, $27,000, something like that.
I apologize, Delegate Helena. You can ask whatever follow-ups you have now.
No, that's fine. Thank you, sir. You just asked the same question I was going to ask her. And then I also finished reading the description, and I see what she's talking about. But we'll just have to wait for the CARES Act funding to get distributed, I guess. Well, I don't know what we're going to do about these things because they're all going to be in the budget, and I don't know how many other departments are going to be doing the same thing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the comment, Delegate Helena, and thank you for staying on top of this as we proceed through the budget. I think that we need to come up with some language that will be included in the final package that will address this matter, and we'll have to figure that out with President Naz at a future date. But it is incredibly concerning to me that 0 cents have been spent out of $714 million. And that tens and tens of millions of dollars were made available to the executive branch for many of the purposes for which they're applying for general funds budgets right now, months ago. So, we need to figure out if the government's even capable of doing this sort of work and handling this amount of money. Because if it's not, then we just need to give it to the people. Committee members, colleagues, do we have any further questions for Ms. Lee? I have a question for Owen.
Honorable.
Is Owen Beats on one? Oh, sorry. Who is this?
Honorable Vice Chair, this is Delegate Daniel Silva on the call. The respect the program performance criteria. Goal statement number 3 and and the performance measures. That's only 16 throughout the whole year. 16 or divisions and offices that would be inventoried. To me, that seems like it's minimal. A minimal performance measure. And I don't know how many wireless devices in relation to goal statement number 2. All wireless devices are utilized. Those two, they seem real performance measures, and I'm wondering why that was. Is that something that's always been used? And so that would be my questions regarding this presentation. Thank you, Honorable Presiding Chair. Presiding, that way gives me a chance to also look at some of the other documents within this presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Lee, before you continue, for goal statement 2 and goal statement 3, you have the same program performance measure. And it seems that OMB signed off on that, but I really don't think that that's an appropriate metric to use if you're going to be doubling up on it. It's not going to give you a really good piece of information. It's not going to give the committee a good piece of information. I think that that's what Shania Delegate So, our chair, is speaking to, in addition to the fact that that number seems relatively low. And it may make sense to keep one of those goal statements, but amend it to say programs and divisions instead of offices. I think that's a little bit too general. And, programs can be departments or programs. And I think that while 5 is ideal, 4 is a good number of goal statements. If one of them is using the same metric in both 2 and 3, then you really only have 3 goal statements. And my request is that you go back, and you're hearing the chair and the vice chair say this, and develop some new goal statements for that. And now I'll provide you the opportunity to respond to Chair So and express maybe how many divisions or programs you go through with these inventories in past years, and is this in line with that, or are you trying to expand and increase your capacity and set some higher goal setting over FY21? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. I'll first address Delegate Chair Daniel So's question. Going to goal statement 3, as far as this question that the number is basically low, but there are 12 divisions, and so that'll be taking, so the first 3 quarters will cover all the divisions. Each division has a number of departments and programs. Like for our division, we have 9 programs. If you include the division, it's 10. So these are by division. So, and then you have the executive offices basically for the 4th quarter when we capture all those executive offices. So our goal here is to complete an inventory on all the telecommunication lines are out there, those hardwired lines, to make sure that the programs are utilizing it. Especially for the Window Rock St. Michael's office, because all those hardwired lines are paid by our fixed cost allocation. So we send out an inventory sheet of what we have on file, and the divisions work with their programs to complete all those inventory sheets and making sure that they are still active lines, they still need those lines, or if they need to have them disconnected, make sure that we have the appropriate business unit to charge in those cases where all hardwire lines are outside the St. Michael's Window area, basically agency lines. They pay for their own services through their own business unit. So this inventory is very important. So we have to do this on an annual basis so we ensure that our funds are used efficiently and are not wasted. And two, we are charging the right business unit for all the agency offices. So I'm not sure how much more I can state that in the goal statement, but that's the intent of goal statement 3. As far as goal statement 2, wireless devices is a totally different than the hardwired lines that the offices have. These are your cell phones. These are your tablets that the programs procure. And we also do an inventory of that, making sure that those services are used efficiently, that we count for all the equipment, making sure that that they're assigned. We have an assignment sheet for every device, who is it assigned to as far as employee. Make sure we have that on file. Make sure we have the appropriate business unit to charge, because our office is responsible for processing the invoice payment for all of the wireless devices. So all the bills come to us, and so it's important we do an inventory so we ensure, again, that the phones are being utilized, and we account for who employee has it, and we charge the appropriate business. So I hope that explains the question that Chair had. As far as Presiding Vice Chair, your question, that my explanation may have, I think it basically answers your question also. So I'll leave it to you if I need to change it anymore, if that explanation is acceptable.
I understand it much better now. Thank you. It's the difference between a wired and a wireless connection and performing inventory. That said, though, I would like to see a goal statement that maybe has a little more vision in it, and I would make that request to you. Whether it gets included in this budget or it's something that you're able to include in next year's budget, I think we need to have some aspirational statements, and these are mainly about assessing our existing system and ensuring accountability therein. But where we want to go with the government, you as a program manager in the division have something to say and contribute. And with your expertise, I think you have a lot to offer. And these are kind of basic statements. But maybe this is a conversation we can have offline, and when the final budget goes forward, we'll include a new goal statement. But I'm certainly not prepared to create something new right now. I don't know if my colleagues have something else to add. Colleagues, do we have further discussion or questions on Business Unit 11, 2006? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Mr. Azrit, the next business unit you'd like to present? Committee members, this is Delegate Slater. Can you hear me?
We hear you, sir.
Mr. Azar, do you have the next program to present before the committee? I have 11-2007 Navajo Air Transport or Transportation Department. The next up in my package of documents.
Yeah, Vice Chair, that's all we have.
Do we have the
Chair,
program
this is
on?
OMB.
Yes.
This is OMB. While we wait for DGS to return, I can go ahead and read Budget Form 1 and 2 into the record.
Thank you. Who is this? Ms. Sam? Who is speaking?
This is Darlene Sam.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sam. Please proceed.
Okay, going to business unit number 112007 is air transportation. Budget Form 1. Part 1 is your business unit number 112007 and the program title Navajo Air Transportation Department under Division of General Services. The budget prepared by Alfreda Woodman, Senior Office Specialist. Going to Part 2, the funding source is General Fund for fiscal year 10/1/20 through 9/30/2021. Amount $557,763. Going to Part 3 is your comparative summary of your personnel through IDC. The fund type code is 1 for general funds. In column A is your original budget. Approved budget of $557,763 and proposed for FY 2021 is the same amount at $557,763. Going back up to the 2000 series, the personnel amount that's for the 2020 is $381,136. Proposed for 2021 is $399,375. Column C, the difference is an increase from the 20 budget of $18,239. The 3000 series, column A for 20 is $42,444. Proposed for 2021 is $13,481. A decrease of $28,963. 4000 series supplies, approved budget $30,000 for 2020. Proposed for 2021, $29,700, a decrease of $300. 5500 communications and utilities, approved is $3,335. Proposed for 2021, $4,588, an increase of $1,253. 6000 series repairs and maintenance, approved $89,116. Proposed for 2021, $103,372, an increase of $14,256. 7000 series special transactions, approved $11,732. Proposed for 2020, $7,247, a decrease of $4,485. And the funding level is the same as 2020 at $557,763. Part 4 are your positions. Total number of positions in 2020 is 4, and for 2021 it remains at 4. Total number of vehicles in 2020 is 1, and proposed for 2021 remains at 2021. Signatures by Marlene Slim and Mr. Asserit. Going on to Budget Form 2. Part 1 is your business unit and program title, 112007 for air transportation. Part 2 is your statutory reference, the plan of operation, resolution number HGHSCMY0717. And Part 3 are your program performance criteria. There are 5 listed. For goal statement number 1, to complete 20 flights per quarter. Program performance measure to operate the Navajo Nation aircraft at a level sufficient to meet Navajo Nation government air needs. Goal statement number 2, all aircraft pilots must successfully attend and pass simulator training program performance measure to ensure all aircraft pilots are trained to NBAA industry standards. And that's identified as 1 per quarter. Goal statement number 3, meet with NDOT once on a quarterly basis. Program performance measure, meet with NDOT to ensure WR airports infrastructure through appropriate grants, and that's 1 meeting per quarter. Goal statement number 4, to schedule phase 1, 2, 3, and 4 maintenance events as it becomes due for each aircraft. Program performance measure to achieve compliance with airworthiness directives and service bulletins. Inspect aircraft as needed, and that's 1 per quarter. Goal statement number 5, to have the capability to perform maintenance continually when aircraft maintenance technicians / pilots are flying routes. This will be carried out by utilizing 2 aircraft pilot / mechanics. Program performance measure to develop a contingency plan to ensure there's an adequate of maintenance technicians to maintain aging aircraft, and that is 1 per quarter. Mr. Chair. Hello.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Sam. Do we have the Division of General Services or representation from the Air Transport Department?
Presiding Chair, Vice Chair, this is Delegate Nielso.
Yes, Chennai.
Oh, I think Miss Sam has a good handle on the OMB, and I'm wondering, just want to place a question. On the 2 planes that are referred to, where are they listed as part of, let's say, equipment? We've got 1 vehicle listed, but the planes aren't listed. And the maintenance and repair requirements, where would they be listed on the repair and maintenance on planes? Presiding.
Mr. Chair, it's OMB, Darlene Sam.
Ms. Sam, can you please reply?
As far as the budget, this is the admin budget for air transportation. What Mr. Chairman So is asking about is the airplanes. That is under a separate business unit. If you go back to your agenda, letter J, the proprietary fund, business unit number 812002, air transportation, but we deleted it because there's no funding recommended. That's where the repairs and maintenance is usually budgeted for the airplanes. Mr. Chair.
So in that aspect, then the goal statement are appropriate.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, who is that?
Chairman, is this Carl Slater? Chair?
Yes, this is Mr. Eldred.
Yes, it is. Sorry, we just
found out our phone went dead here, and then we were still giving the report. We want to know how far that she got on it. Did you hear the rest?
We have not heard anything from you or the air transport program.
Really? We went through the whole.
If you start over, that's what we need.
Okay, we went through the whole program, but we can start over again, sir.
Yeah, I mean, when you start talking, make sure the committee can hear you. I think that's standard protocol at this point on conference calls. Please proceed.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon. This is Alfreda Woodman presenting business unit number 112007. Can you guys hear me now? Chair?
Not answering. Hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
OND can hear.
I can hear you. This is DIT.
From he got off on the call, so go ahead and present a section again. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Just as a FYI, Miss Darlene Sam went over budget form 1 and budget form 2. So we don't necessarily have to go back over.
That's good news.
Do you have any questions?
Do you guys have any questions?
Yes, we do.
Doug, hello.
Yeah, yes, that's me. I have, to get back to the budget. I was wondering about the repair and maintenance. I guess you were saying there was no budget for the airplanes. And then on your repair and maintenance program, it says under 6410, there's $102,000. I'm kind of having problems understanding what that funding is for. And it says repair and maintenance and repairs for 2 airport hangars and 2 aircraft and improvement for airport grounds. So there is money budgeted for the aircraft repair and maintenance. And so the under 6410 doesn't specify anything about aircraft repair and maintenance. It's vehicles. That's $102,872. So I have a question on that. What's all included? It's not broken down in the description. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Helona. Mr. Aceret?
Hi,
It's Slim, yes.
This is Alfreda Woodman, Senior Office Specialist for Navajo Air Transportation Department. And to answer your question for the repairs and maintenance for the $102,872.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, those are repairs and maintenance to the 2 airport hangars. We have a large airport hangar and a smaller one. Right now, the smaller one is being utilized, but we want to clean these out, repaint. It needs upgrade, a complete upgrade to the buildings. As for the aircraft, one of them will be soon repaired, and one of them is still grounded due to meeting the engine flying hours. And what is there is actually not enough, but I do have a needs or request unmet needs to actually get those or get that plane engine overhauled. Does that answer your question, or?
That answers part of my question. The other part is for the one that you're still using, there's no airplane maintenance money for that, or is that included in 102,000?
It's included.
Okay. I guess what we really need to do, I'm asking for is a better description, because it doesn't say anything. It says vehicle maintenance under 6410, basically. So I just kind of wanted to get a breakdown on that. And I understand you want to do repairs, maintenance on the hangars and stuff, but still, there's no exactly what the funding will be used for. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. You proceed to that question.
Mr. Chair, this is Lamardo.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back a little bit on the repairs and maintenance on the vehicles. The airplanes are considered vehicles. That's the reason why we do repairs on the vehicles. And sometimes we have to use outside vendors to come in here because some of the repairs has to be certified by an actual aircraft mechanic. So that's the reason why some of that amount is in there. We can make sure that this is more detail put into this budget.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Honorable Halona?
Yeah, Mr. Asher, thank you very much for that. If you could do a little bit more detail on that, we would appreciate it.
Okay, sir. Chair?
Mr. Ace and Ms. Woodman?
Yes.
Planes or flight vehicles. Under Form 1, total number of vehicles. 1. And I guess the main thing under business unit regarding air transport is 0. Then how are we basically? I thought monetary funds would use to repair and maintain the plane. But right now, you've got me kind of confused.
Mr. Chair, you're breaking up a little bit, and your question is just getting broken up.
Okay. Turn around and stand in another way. Is that better?
Yes, sir, Chair.
Now.
Yes, sir, Chair.
Okay. In regard to this budget, the repairs and maintenance, are saying that there's no budget for the proprietary funds for air transport.
Hi.
How are we justifying the use of maintenance? 6,000 line item to repair and maintain the planes.
Hello?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, on your question about the funds pertaining to the vehicle, are you in question about the vehicle on budget form 1 showing only one vehicle instead of not identifying our planes?
Yes.
We can always put that, we can put it on there, on the vehicle.
Mr. A basically had relayed to the committee that the airplanes are classified as vehicles.
Never have. They've never identified it like that. But how I put it on the budget form is showing as external vehicle. So with our budget form, what I'm referring to as one is a fleet vehicle.
Yeah.
Chair Wanika.
Wanika.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Of course, the person that runs this office, I think we're not getting the answers that we want, because the person that's responsible for this department not there.
Mr. Chair, this is OMB, Darlene Sam.
Ms. Sam, go ahead.
If you're questioning the budget form 1 part 4 positions and vehicles, if you go to the budget instructions manual, the instructions for the budget form 1 part 4, it's enter the total current and proposed budgeted positions and total number of vehicles budgeted for the current fiscal year and proposed budget. That's what the budget instructions manual says. So what these are as far as vehicles is your tribal vehicles. It does not include planes. It's those that are budgeted under the 3110 object codes in the detailed budget form 4s. It does not include planes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Sam. Committee members, do you have any further questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Lamardo.
Mr. Aceret, yes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, and just want to answer the question from Honorable Edison Winika. Yes, sir, we've just been having a big turnaround in the airport right now, and as time goes along, we've been trying to keep up and trying to find all information on the airport itself. The question that the Honorable Carl Slater proposed earlier is even one of the things that we've been looking at and talking about. So if you're not getting enough information, I would like you to please contact me and I can give you more information. Thank you very much.
Shania, this is Delegate Slater.
Go ahead.
I apologize, colleagues. I honestly don't know what happened. I mean, you could send text messages, but I couldn't make calls. So maybe we need Miss Lee to provide us some new cell phones out here. I'm just kidding. Okay, so Mr. Azard, again, I just want to reiterate that I'm happy to help assist the program. And, you know, I've made presentations on all sorts of things related to aviation in Navajo Nation. And in one of those presentations, there was an individual who performs this exact sort of benefit cost analysis and helps governments and businesses figure out air travel. And it may make sense to integrate the Human Resources Department, the Controller's Office, and have that conversation. But I think the directive that we voted on earlier, you know, with your cooperation, integration, we'll be able to bring in those relevant entities to make sure that air travel is done in the most efficient and expeditious manner for our tribal employees. So thank you. I just wanted to share that again. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Is there any other discussion? So now,
Chairman.
go ahead.
Chair, Paul McGee.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you, presenters. I remember when we came in as 24th Council, there was talk about trying to get new planes. I can see how expensive the fixing the engines and all that is. And I remember other people were expressing their concerns on the old airplanes. Is this fixing the engines? Is that sorry? Is that a reliable way to continue to operate these airplanes? And I remember the people were concerned because the airplanes themselves were very outdated. And each year, every now and then, it is fixed. The engines are fixed again, overhauled again, and I'm just thinking. I remember there was a legislation I believe, by Honorable Delegate David Spilford to try to get new planes, and it never happened. Would it be a time now to consider again getting new planes rather than refurbishing these engines? And I don't mean to be sarcastic about that. If I was to get on that plane, I should be crossing my fingers and make sure nothing happens. So I know that a lot of people were concerned about the condition of the airplane itself and how old it was. I'm just thinking back about a year ago when we came into office. That was the discussion. I don't know what the plans are now, or is that something that's going to be potentially be revisited, or maybe this department can enlighten us on that. Thank you. ADS Chase, thank you.
Christina, Mr. Aceret?
Honorable Chair.
Mr. Aceret.
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and make comment on Mr. Begay's, Honorable Begay's questions and concern. Yes, first thing is yes, we would we were talking about probably buying new planes, a jet, but it ended up where it didn't go anyplace, and we just kind of stopped. The other thing, Mr. Begay, yes, the plane is very, it's a good plane once it gets repaired. And the only time that can be run or anything, it's got to be by a certified person, certified company in order to finish and repair those. So those planes are in good condition right now. And all we have to do basically, just like you were asking, is that we have to follow the maintenance procedures by hours on how many hours the engine is run. And we keep those updated and make sure the plane is in really good condition to fly. Again, the other question you brought up was about the old planes, and you were possibly thinking about purchasing. Again, besides the plane, we also were talking about a helicopter, and that has to do with a question again earlier, and we were talking about emergency on those, or hop, skip, and a jump to see certain things that you can just go to them rather than take a plane. But all of those have been in dialogue that we've been talking about. But again, everything comes back to the budget. If we are budgeted and we talk about it and we sit down and look at that in that way, then yes, we can probably purchase something like that. Thank you, Chair.
Sheila, is any further question, discussion? Not go to the next business unit. Miss Martinez, can you assist the chair on the next item on our agenda?
The next item is item S, Business Unit 112008, Facilities Maintenance Department. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Aceret.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'll have Mr. Herman R. Begay go over the Facility Maintenance Department budget.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the HESI, Health Education Committee. Business Unit 11208, program title is Facility Maintenance Department. Branch and division is General Services Executive. This was prepared by Katarina M. Nelson. Our phone number is 928-729-4250. And I have my email address.
Yeah. Chair, this is the one I really wanted to question because last fiscal year we had a special presentation made on this, the condition of the building, and we had to revisit on this, and we made some recommendations. And I'm a little bit concerned. The person that was running this program was Marcus Tooley. Is there a problem with what's going on? Is he still there? Because he was very aware of the conditions of the building, and he gave us a presentation on that. I'm just questioning, is there another person that's running this program? I haven't heard anything as far as Mr. Tooley is concerned. I just want a response on that. Thank you.
Mr. Brett.
Mr. Wanika. to answer your question, Honorable Wanika. Yes, we had some other projects that needed, that became priority. And what happened was that we had to reassign him. And right now, as it stands, Herman R. Begay now is the delegated supervisor. In real time, he is a department supervisor over at facilities. And right now, he's overseeing the whole thing. Right, and the meeting that you held with Mr. Tooley, I was never involved. I was never told about the meeting that you're talking about, so I don't have any type of answers for you about what you discussed. So as of now, I have Herman R. Begay in charge of facilities. Mr. Chair?
Chairman.
Honorable Wanika.
Yes, when he says reassigned, does he mean that Mr. Tooley is no longer there? Because at the time presentation was made, we thought we would be working with him. And the reassignment, is there a reason, or what type of reassignment is he been put on? Is it due to not doing the job, or what was the problem?
Mr. Aceret.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to request that I sit down with Mr. Edison, Honorable Edison Wanika on this. This is has to do with some confidential information. There was some emergency work that we needed him to get to. We had some other confidential hearings, that type of stuff, not because of him, but since he had other expertise, we had to make sure that we had to fill some of these positions, and that's the reason why he was reassigned. And just for your information, he is running Navajo Transit at this moment, but he is still working. Chair?
Okay. Committee members, any further items? And Mr. Aceret, what Mr. Honorable Halona that has the presentation, the response to the question that has to happen before the full committee. Clarification on that.
Mr. Chair?
Let's move on. Do the budget. Let's do the budget.
Okay, I was right on part 3. General funds from fiscal year 10/1/20 to 9/30/21 in the amount of $1,200,198, which represents a 52% of the total budget. We have IDC recovery 10/1/20 to 9/30/21, $1,108,272, which represents 48% of our total budget, and our total budget is $2,308,470. Okay, down to part 3, budget summary. Personnel expense. We have approved original budget was $2,307,175. Proposed budget is $2,214,048, with a difference of minus $93,127. Travel expense. That's the 3,000 account. 6,680 was the original budget. Our proposed budget is 0, a difference of 6,680 in the minus. 3,500 account, leading expense, we have 0 all the way across. And then the 44,000 account, supplies, original budget was 22,025, and our proposed budget is 60,000, a difference of 37,975, which is an increase. Under 5,000, lease and rental, approved original budget was 3,420. Proposed budget is 0, a decrease of 3,420. In the 5,500 account, communication and utilities, we have original budget of 15,440. Proposed budget is 13,592, a decrease of 1,848. And in the 6,000 account, repairs and maintenance, we had 10,285 in the original budget. Proposed budget is 0, a difference of 10,285 in the minus. 6 to 5,000 account, contractual services, we have 0 all the way across. 7,000 account, special transaction. Original budget was 23,907. Our proposed budget is 20,830. A difference of 3,077 in the minus. 8,000, 0 all the way across. 9,000, 0 all the way across. 9,500. 0 all the way across, and 9,500, 0 all the way across. We had a total of 2,388,932 original budget, and our proposed budget is 2,308,470. A difference of 80,462 in the minus. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Our total number of positions last year was 54. Proposed budget is 49. And total number of vehicles budgeted on the original budget was 0, and proposed is 0. Part 4, I'm the delegated department manager for now, Herman R. Begay, and our division director, Lamardo Azra. Page 2, Form 2, Part 1, Program Information, Business Unit 112008, Program Title, Facilities Maintenance Department, Plan of Operation, Resolution Number, Purpose of Program, HEXSCAU-29-12. The purpose of the Facility Maintenance Department is to provide quality maintenance, facilities maintenance and repair services for the Navajo Nation buildings and facilities identified under FMD maintenance listing. This includes cooling, heating, electrical, installed equipment, mechanical, carpentry, structural systems, ground services, and general custodial services. Part 3, Program Performance Criteria. Our goal statement, quarterly report of statistics and services provided. Program performance measure, report on a quarterly basis, the following and services provided. 600 and 650 work orders received and processed per quarter. First quarter is 650 work orders. Second is 600. Third is 650, and fourth quarter is 600. B, 550 work orders completed per quarter. 550 all the way across, first, second, third, and fourth quarter. C, less than 100 work orders backlogged at the close of each quarter. That's 100 for each quarter. Goal statement, cross-train personnel knowledge to all crafts to maximize resources. Program performance measure is to conduct 2 cross-training sessions per quarter. That's 2 all the way, first, second, and third quarter, fourth quarter. Goal statement, enhance department safety awareness. Conduct 5 safety meetings and sessions per quarter, so that's 5 all the way across. Goal statement number 4, purchase supplies per quarter for custodial supplies. Purchase 15,000 per quarter, so 15,000 first, second, third, and fourth quarter. And part 5 is, again, my name, Herman Begay, and Lamardo Azra. Chair?
Members, any questions of what's been? Under listing of personal form, let's see, personnel, listing of positions, or facilities maintenance folks. They're listed plumbers, carpenters, electric.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
Members, we're going to have to hang up and call back in the same number.
Chair, could we take a 10-minute recess and resume at 1:30?
Okay, 10-minute recess, resume at 1:30. Thank you, Vice Chair. Good.
Okay. Chair,
I'd like to take a glass of water. Thank you.
All good. We get back. I'd like to be on the list there for questions.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Huh? What's the bathroom number? Yeah. 49. Use your utmost professionalism on anger. And then,
man. Today, I want to be very professional. I really want to accept it. I'm just mad. I'm kind of angry too. Take a recess. All these so funny things. You know what it is? Because we are more part of the house. I'm just kidding. Vernon said no. Vernon said. If Vernon keeps doing there, then you can be the voice of how many people do.
Budget plan.
Committee members, is there anyone else on the line? This is Delegate Slater.
Delegate Paul McGay.
Marcus Tooley, Navajo Transit.
Yat Eshiyaj, Dr. Fowler on the line. I got my program staff that will be calling back in as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Troy Cook on standby.
Lomardo Azaret back online.
Thank you to everyone. This is Vice Chair Slater. I think we'll wait for Chair So to resume presiding over the meeting. Just wanted to see if people had made it back on the line.
This is Herman Begay from Facilities Maintenance back online.
Hello, anybody on yet?
Yes, I think we have Chanela, Paul Begay, yourself, myself, and we're waiting for other committee members to resume. I believe we have all the presenters.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Here also.
Do we have any other committee members on the line other than Delegates Begay and Halona? Okay.
Delegate
Chair
Daniel
So, are you on the
Rose?
line?
Yeah,
Oh,
I just
okay.
got back on.
This is Leonard. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Honorable Dennis Unica is here with us as well.
So we got two with Mr. Mose, right?
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay and Honorable Unica is here with me.
Okay. Then Halona's on the line, Honorable Vice Chair's on the line, and myself. Honorable Charlene So, are you on the call? Just by conversation, we've established 5 members on the call, so let's resume. Questions on facility maintenance? Honorable Halona. Now, Halona, you wanted to be first on the lineup after recess. We have Mr. Begay still on the line, Mr. Acered on the line.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. This is Lamardo Azaret.
Okay, let's see. Committee members, do you have any other questions regarding the presentation by Facilities Maintenance Department? Going once.
Chair, this is Halona.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair and committee members. Mr. Azaret. I just had a question on the supplies and maintenance this program, and it under the
Honorable Halona, you went on the silent side. Did you mute? Honorable Halona. Going once, going twice. Honorable Halona, you went on mute, I guess, or we didn't hear your full question.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to check on that large increase in the supplies. And under the description, there's no detail, breaking down detail under that. I just kind of had a question on what all this. That's a budget increase. That's why I was asking. But that's my question there.
Again, we didn't get the full extent of your question.
I was asking why there was a large increase on the supplies. And there's no description underneath the detailed budget. It just has supplies for $60,000.
Okay, Mr. Begay.
Yes, sir. This is Herman Begay.
Yes, go ahead, answer Mr. Halona's question.
We couldn't get what his question was. I didn't hear it.
Okay, why under budget form 1, line item supplies, 4,000. Why is there a large increase from last year's budget to what you're requesting now?
Okay, the year before, we knew that we were going to cut, so we stockpiled our custodial supplies. And this year, we need at least $75,000 to cover all the supplies to clean all the government buildings. So that's the increase that we got this year. And we only had probably 24,000, and Mr. Azrit from division had given us 27,000 to make it 60,000.
Mr. Halona, Honorable Halona.
Answer your question.
I know.
Mr. Begay, that brings up additional questions. Are you having to install a plexiglass in some of the buildings?
Yes, we are. We're using our general funding as work orders come in. So we are right now doing it. Chair?
And you're not using CARES funding, for which there was some funds made available?
Again, we have not received a business unit or budget or anything yet. Chair?
Committee members, do you have any follow-up questions?
Chair Winika?
Oh, Honorable Edison Winika, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, I was asked a similar question for how the GA will address the COVID barriers, and then what insurance is doing. But my main concern has to do with the overall. And I was just going to ask that we put this division on our agenda, because it seems like there's a problem with 3 department heads. One was moved to another program, and I think 2 are vacant, and I'd like to know what's being done with that, because it seems like some of these managers have a hard time answering our questions. And I think there's a problem with the air transportation and the transit, and then also facility maintenance. So I don't know if we can revisit their kind of operation or whatever. ADA Chair, I'm really concerned about this division.
Thank you. Committee members, do you want to make that a legislative concern? And then in that regard, we could ask our Chief Legislative Counsel for guidance, Ms. Bobroff.
Thank you, Chair. This is Dana, and unfortunately, that was breaking up for me. Could it just be restated, and I will craft a legislative concern for you.
Okay, Honorable Wanika, do you want to address it now, or as we bring, again, as stated earlier by Miss Darlene Sam with OMB, some of the things that are presented by the division doesn't coincide with what OMB has. Much like the other three budgets that we've already addressed, it seems like we're going to have to table this to have Division of General Services get with OMB to make sure the numbers are correct. And that seems to be the general order of business right at this point in time.
Yes, Chair, that seems like a reasonable way to proceed is to table this at some point. I don't know if that point is now, but to table it to have the Division of General Services work with OMB to ensure that the budgets match. That is going to be a requirement. Now, I, like Ms. Sam, have identified a few places already where things don't match. So you can either proceed to go ahead and go through all of these budgets that are in front of you, identify the places they don't match, table it with instructions for OMB to work with General Services to get everything on board, or you could table it now, issue that directive, and then bring it back up and do it all at once. The one thing that I want to remind you is that you are in committee mode, meeting mode, and so you can only table at one point in time. If you went all the way through, you could either table or just, I suppose, just recess, which would save your tabling, to allow those to be worked out. Thank you, Chair. I hope that was helpful. I would like to add something while you called me on the line that may be helpful. So as you've gone through this budget, through the Division of General Services budget, one of the questions or concerns that keeps coming up has to do with whether the budgets are asking for expenses or dollars, including dollars in their budget that should be covered by the CARES funds that were appropriated already. Just a quick reminder, there was $2 million appropriated for computer hardware and software for Navajo Nation government offices. There was also $10 million appropriated for PPE. That was to go to all Navajo programs. And there was also $10 million appropriated for facility safety assurance. And that was to go to the Division of General Services. Now, all budgets, not just this one, seem to be coming up with what could possibly be some duplication. Although it's impossible to go and pull those out individually. So the recommendation that is going to come from the Office of Legislative Counsel to all programs is that you just go forth and a comprehensive amendment will be added to the budget legislation, which should address that issue. Overall, same for everybody. We just, without meeting with the Controller's Office, OMB, perhaps OTVP, we don't know exactly what that amendment will look like. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. I guess committee members, what are your thoughts as we are?
Shania, are you asking what are our thoughts with respect to amending budgets for items that may be eligible under the CARES Act, or what exactly is the question you're presenting to us?
I guess the thing that the overriding thing is we're kind of got a deadline to accept or adopt all these legislations so that they can be packaged to go to BNF. But each of the divisions that we've already addressed, they all have to go sit down with OMB to make sure their budget numbers are the same. Do you want to go through the rest of this budget presentation, or do you want to just make the directive to the division, get with OMB? The other is at some point in time, we're going to have to visit those, especially the $10 million that is categorized for the safety of the buildings, Navajo Nation buildings, and that how much of that is going to go to facilities maintenance. At some point in time, we're going to have to revisit that. I see, but the deadline we face, as well as the fact that, you know, we decided to bring 2 items back on Friday, but we have a meeting with Nabi tomorrow. No, Thursday, I'm sorry. So those things we're really getting into quite a point where we can't really make some steps forward.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, this is Beverly. Myself and Mr. Mose, we submitted the special meeting memo for Monday, August 31, as you requested, and that got approved by Speaker's office, Mr. Chair. You can add the legislation then too, as well.
Okay, and Ms. Martinez, all these budgets, when are they due with BNF?
Is Kristen on the line? Kristen, can you answer that, or Ms. Barbara?
No, Kristen's not on the line. I will have to go track her down. Beverly, I thought you had a memorandum from stating when they were due. Hang on just a second.
Mr. Chair, this is Lamardo.
Yes, Mr. Aceret.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, BNF is supposed to start at 1 o'clock this afternoon. just for your information. And I want to clarify all the CARES Act. They do not belong in our general budgeting. They are separate completely. And right now, as it stands, we are working on all the CARES Act. And the one we are trying to review with the committee right now is just the general services budgeted.
Yes, understood.
Okay, thank you.
But the response from Mr. Begay is they're spending some monies, the 2020 budget, on the plexiglass. And going forward, the other is how much of that would be reimbursable to the department, and so that's the part that we're I guess trying to tread through.
Son of a bitch! Oh,
Shania, this is Delegate.
Go ahead. Give some guidance to us, Honorable Slater.
Thanks. I think that my request would be that we issue a directive to all programs to reconvene with OMB, and that it's to ensure all of the numbers are accurate and tight, and there will be no need for further revisions. It seems like you've said at a few points we've had some discrepancies. And then that we issue a directive for all of the programs for which we have budget oversight, or at least initial budget oversight, to identify monies that have been expended from the FY20 budget that are eligible for CARES Act reimbursement, and any anticipated expenditures under general funds that may be eligible for CARES Act reimbursement that they're proposing, whether it's new spending or previous line items. We're going to need that information eventually. It's better if we have it from the outset. And I don't really see or understand why the committee has to request it at this point if the same intent and comments have been conveyed to the council for months now, talking about these exact same items and their eligibility under the CARES Act. We're going to have a very convoluted budget process going forward if we have to keep addressing these items at each stage. So with that said, I don't know if it makes sense to continue on right now or to issue those directives, give all of the programs one day or 2 days to speak with OMB, and then reconvene on Friday or Monday, or potentially over the weekend. But in closing, I just want to offer this comment. I'm incredibly disappointed to hear that we don't have programs that are all under the same page, on the same page, and that, we're still trying to figure out what to do with CARES Act monies that were already made available to the executive branch, because the preference from the executive branch was that top line figures be delivered to them, appropriated to them, and then all of the details would be worked out. And it was with a sincere amount of trust that certain budget documents, et cetera, were not provided under those original appropriations. And to be frank, that trust has already been violated. So it's going to be very difficult to assign any further appropriations to the executive branch, either from the future $173 or $175 million proposal, or trying to recapture fundings that may not be expended by October 1st, and the provisions that were set forth in the major CARES Act funding proposal, which was about $600-something odd million. Thank you.
650. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Slater. Yes. When we revisit this particular legislation, then that's when we can address some of these directives, legislative concerns, and perhaps even a condition of appropriation. So, yes, one of the, frustrating parts was each of the divisions, you know, like Department of Health, they gave us tabs that we could click on that would basically cover a certain department. But with general services, they give us this flash drive. And for a while, those documents weren't available to everybody. So that kind of delayed our deliberation. So, and you couldn't...
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Excuse me, this is Beverly. I mailed out the revised OMB calendar. The committee should have it right now.
Okay, committee members, let's go to that. OM, all right.
Mr. Chair, it looks like OMB is set for September 2 through 8, 2020. Conduct budget hearings, review and approve branch chief budgets and the oversight committee budgets, recommendations, and act on and issue the Navajo Nation Council proposed legislation for Navajo Nation comprehensive budget. Item number 14. Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Okay, committee members. So we could do, as Honorable Slater related, we could do a Saturday and a Monday, so that we can finish it up, because Vice Chair and myself will be the ones that would have to present these budgets, the oversight budgets, to BNF, and each of the division directors, department directors will be the agents on our call. Committee members, salita at evening.
Chair, this is Dana. My understanding is that there is a NABI meeting for NABI's oversight hearings on Saturday. I'm trying to verify my email traffic on that now.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. More discussion, committee members? Hello, committee members, are we still on?
Yeah, we're still on. We're still here trying to talk about what we want to do.
Committee members, do you want to keep proceeding? We have our next budget hearing. We're already an hour behind on that particular one.
We need to finish.
Committee members? Are we still on the call?
Yes, we're still, there's three of us still on the call.
Okay. And vice chair's on the call and myself, so that's... So how shall we proceed?
I don't know, we could keep going, but...
Chair, I have connection issues. I need to call back in.
Okay.
Every time we go, we always run into the surprise area. There's a lot of extra money in there.
Yeah.
Chair?
Yes, committee members, those of you in that one room, there's kind of like an echo, so I couldn't understand what you guys were saying, but Ms. Bobroff, you were...
Thank you. I did confirm that a NABI budget hearing will take place on Saturday.
Good. Good. I read. Number 2. When Saturday.
Again, committee members, get close to the teleconference device. Your voices are just echoing, and it's hard to understand what you're saying.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Winika.
Yeah, we could keep going, but the problem we're having is every time we do that, we come to situations where there's inconsistencies between OMB and the budget that's being read. So if we keep doing that, we're just going to be taking more time with each program. So I would rather have it, everything be consistent with OMB and the programs. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to do that. So maybe we can just make a directive that be done, and I think we can address it on a revisit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Winika. The way we've got it set up, then we read the legislation into the record, and as Ms. Bobroff advised, we could table it, but that means on the second time that we revisit that legislation, we couldn't table, we would have to take action. And then the other is just to recess, but to recess and then to convene a different meeting, that would also pose a problem. So it might be best we just table this legislation with the directive that Division of General Services meet with OMB. The only thing is we don't know how long that would take for them to make sure their numbers are matching the budget amounts. So that might be tabled till Monday. That's what the committee has to consider.
with me.
But
Committee members, halit aban sa da case.
Chair, this is Halon. We're discussing what we want to try to do here, so if you would give us a minute. Chair?
Put your discussion on record.
We're doing it because we're a majority vote. See, if you look at this one, I numbered there. But look at this one. The next round, $300,000. This one here,
Chair, this is
$265,000.
Mr. Charlie.
How come? Yeah.
Mr. Charlie, yes.
Yeah, tonight, for the insurance department, our oversight committee is BNF, so we're going before BNF this afternoon for our budgets. So that will be under proprietary funding for M, risk management, N is employee benefit, and P, workers' compensation. So we're going to be going before BNF this afternoon, including my budget. So I'm just letting you be aware of that. That's it. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, we've got kind of like joint oversight over insurance services. The oversight is on the main part of the operating budget, but they have oversight over the proprietary funds. Oh, Kwashi, committee members, okay, what on the sidebar discussion, what did you decide?
That's why I don't like that. Chair, Delegate Halona, a motion to table this legislation until further discussion.
We got to have a timeline.
When is our major timeline? Is it Monday? Can we do this on Monday? Chair?
Okay. Yes.
All right. Well, let's table it and let them get it situated, and we'll revisit it on Monday. That's my motion, Chair.
Motion accepted. Do I have a second?
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you, Che. Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Tabling motion. There is no
debate. No argument.
No debate or discussion. Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir. Right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Pernell Halona. Green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
Honorable Charlene So text, and she said that she got dropped off the call. So.
Okay. All right, sir. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Last call. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Chair, a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, thank you. Let the record show a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. This legislation is tabled until 8:31, a special meeting of the HES committee. Thank you. Mr. Aceret, get with OMB, Miss Sam, to get the numbers to coincide with each other. Thank you. Committee members, that brings us
The next, so this one we have to adjourn.
committee members, we adjourn this one, and at 2:30, let's reconvene or come back to do a new roll call and adoption of the agenda to address human resources, human services.
Chair, motion to adjourn.
Motion by Honorable Wanika to adjourn. Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Mr. Mose, roll call.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green.
No quorum.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Pernell Halona.
We need quorum. Three, how much? Vote.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Chair, a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed for adjournment at 2:23.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mose. The HES committee is adjourned. We'll convene the afternoon session at 2:30, addressing the Department of Human Resources, Human Services. Thank you, committee members. We'll go offline.
Yeah.
I'll get the carpet.
Leonard, are you online? This is Beverly.
Yeah, I'm here online. So every time there's an issue.
Leonard, what time were we supposed to call back in?
I believe it's 3 o'clock or thereabouts.
Uh-huh. Mm-mm.
Chair, are you there? Chair. Chair. I gotta take it with that. No. It's going to be order 5 minutes to make it.
Good afternoon. This is Delegate Daniel So.
Good afternoon, Che.
But after 2 years,
Oh,
we left.
We have Delegate Juanica, Delegate Halona, and myself in B&S room. Thank you.
okay. And with me, that makes for a quorum.
Hi, this is Delegate Charlene So.
Oh, good. Bishop, thank you for getting back on the call. Committee members, I'd like to call this budget hearing of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee to order. Mr. Mose, roll call for the record.
Chair, Mr. Mose, step out for a while. Give him a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Okay. While we're waiting, perhaps those folks on the call could introduce themselves so that we know who's on this afternoon's call.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Delegate Yat Eschate. This is Dr. Perfilia Fowler, and I have most of my managers on the call as well, so they can introduce themselves. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. So, Ron, Relations Program Manager.
I'm here now.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Edsel Pete, Program Manager for Navajo Nation TV and Film.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Judy Platero with Child Support Services.
Good afternoon. Shinandai, Walter Hudson with Navajo OSHA.
Hey, this is Andrea Holmes with the Navajo Nation Retirement Services.
Good afternoon, Ron Duncan, Vital Records.
Doing this one?
Good afternoon, honorable delegates and committee members, and honorable chair Daniel So. This is Troy Cook with the Staff Development and Training Department.
This is Roberta Roberts with Navajo Department of Workforce Development. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman So and Vice Chairman Slater and members of the Human Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. This is Racita Toddy with the Department of Personnel Management. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the HEHSC. This is Lorraine Tabaha, the ASO, also the budget liaison for the Navajo Division of Human Resources. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. This is Ralph Abigay, Public Information Officer for the Division of Human Resources. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Mr. Mose, are you back to the BNF room?
Yes, sir, I'm back.
Let's do roll call to establish quorum for the record.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Breakfast. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Pernell Halota. Hello, President. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Here. Honorable Daniel E. So.
Here.
Okay, we have 5 members, constitute a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. We'll just rely on the invocation that was provided this morning by Honorable Charlene So. And then we go into announcements. Do we have any announcements, committee members? If not, then let's go directly to reviewing and adopting the agenda. Miss Beverly Martinez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Agenda of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council Oversight Budget Hearing, August 26, 2020, 2:30 p.m. Presiding Honorable Daniel Eso, Chairperson Honorable Carl Russell Slater, Vice Chairperson Place, Telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize. 2, review and adopt the agenda. 3, oversight budget hearing. 1, presentation by Office of Budget. 2, legislation 0181-20, an action relating to Health, Education, Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources. Number 3, reviewing the Division of Human Resources FY 2021 operating budget, general funds as follows. A, Business Unit 114001, Division of Human Resources Administration. B, Business Unit 114002, Navajo Nation Band. C, Business Unit 114003, Navajo Nation TV and Film. D, Business Unit 114004, Office of Navajo Labor Relations. Business Unit 110406, Staff Development and Training Department. G, Business Unit 114007, Navajo Occupational Safety and Health Administration. H, Business Unit 110409, Department of Personnel Management. I, Business Unit 114010, Navajo Department of Workforce Development. J, Business Unit 114018, Office of Background Investigation. L, Business Unit 714001, Retirement Fund Informational Only, Oversight is BNF. M, Business Unit 704002, Department of Retirement Services, Informational Only, Oversight is BNF. And Business Unit 714003, Retirement Plan Administration Committee, Information Only, Oversight is BNF. O, Business Unit number 118024, Department of Child Support Services. P, Business Unit K170704, Navajo Office of Vital Records and Identification. External funds, informational only. Q, unmet needs. 5, close the meeting and not. Mr. Chair, the agenda is ready for the record.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Committee members, what's the wishes?
Motion to accept agenda, the Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you, Chair.
Second, Alona.
By Honorable Edison Juanita. Discussion on the motion.
Shall we start?
Okay. There being none, let's go to roll call vote.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Alona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable S&J Wanika. Green. Honorable S&J Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay. Thank you, committee members. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. We'll go on to item presentation by OMB. Who do we have?
Good afternoon, committee members and DHR staff. This is Lisa Jim, Principal Budget Analyst with OMB. And I will be doing the presentation that was emailed to all of you with the green bar at the bottom. Unless it was printed in black and white, then it's black at the bottom. Okay. Would you like me to start now? Can you
Go ahead and start, Ms. Jim.
Okay. Thank you, committee members. This is the Navajo Nation Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Hold on. FY 2021 budget hearings, Division of Human Resources, Navajo Nation OMB report, August 24th through the 27th, 2020. Next page is the table of contents. Item A is the FY 2021 fund type budget summary. Item B, FY 2020 third quarter budget status report. Item C, FY 2020 third quarter performance assessment report. Item D, FY 2020 third quarter plans operation status report. Item E, FY 2020 third quarter conditions of appropriation summary report. Moving on to the next page, item A, FY 2021 fund type budget summary. I'll be reading the totals at the bottom. FY 2020 approved budget per CS 3019, division total was $9,868,105. For 2021 Navajo Nation Fund, the proposed general fund budget is $2,669,100. Indirect cost fund is $1,485,239. External cash match need is $900,000, which is at the bottom of the page. Proprietary fund is $20,000. Fiduciary fund is $0. Special revenue fund internal is $0. Special revenue fund external is $35,321,326, giving you a total of $39,495,665. Then you had the fiduciary funds, which are your retirement programs. For FY 2020, it was $47,183,000. For 2021, the proposed amount is $47,532,150, giving an overall total of $47,532,150. At the bottom, you have Department of Child Support Enforcement, the external funds cash match total of $900,000 for 2020. For 2021, the proposed amount is also $900,000, giving you a total of $900,000. The overall total for Division of Human Resources for 2020 was $57,951,101. Proposed general fund is $2,669,100. Indirect cost is $1,485,239. External funds cash match is $900,000. Proprietary fund is $20,000. Fiduciary fund is $47,532,150. Special revenue fund internal is $0. Special revenue fund external is $35,321,326, giving the overall total of $87,927,815. Moving on to Part B, FY 2020 third quarter budget status report. Original budget for the general fund amount is $4,248,234. Revised budget is $5,127,610.44. Actuals is $2,710,114.18. Encumbrances is $39,933.68. Budget available is $2,386,562.58, giving expense total of $53.46. For fiduciary amounts, the original budget is $51,954,858. Revised budget is $52,019,317.45. Actuals is $36,706,029.26. Encumbrances is $37,419.81. Budget available is $15,275,868.38, giving the expense total of $70.63. The grand total for Division of Human Resources for the overall budget is $56,203,092. Revised budget is $57,146,927.89. Actuals is $39,416,143.44. Encumbrances is $68,353.49. Budget available is $17,662,430.96, giving an expense total of 69.09%. The next page, Rhonda Johnson will handle those accounts.
Good afternoon, committee members and Division of Human Resources Administration. Under your tab C is your FY 2020 third quarter performance assessment report. There are 14 business units listed by the Division of Human Resources. The first quarter average was 2.39, second quarter was 2.42, third quarter was 2.20, and there's the rating scale. 0 as no report, 1 is not meeting goals and measures, 2 is meeting goals and measures, and 3 is exceeds goals and measures. And you will notice that under the third quarter, we have 5 business units that are below the 2.0. Under tab D is your FY 2020 third quarter plans of operation status report. And when you look at the report for the Division of Human Resources, majority of them has been amended, but there's only one, I believe it's in process, which is Navajo Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Under tab E is your FY 2020 third quarter conditions of appropriation legislative concern summary report. For the Division of Human Resources, there's one legislative concern number 7, and it has been third quarter. They did respond to it. However, as of third quarter, the status is non-compliant. And that concludes OMB's report.
OMB staff, committee members, as we've done, we've accepted the OMB presentation with a motion and a second and a vote. If there are, well, after the motion, then we can address questions.
Motion, Halona?
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Motion to accept OMB's report.
Second, Honorable Begay.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Okay, committee members, questions.
No questions at this time, sir.
Okay, so we'll go directly to. Let's go. Let's go to a vote on the OMB presentation.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Now we have to read into the record.
You did.
I had it on mute, so we go. So the vote on the accepting the report from OMB. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. Now we go to legislation 0181-20. Ms. Martinez, could you read it into the record?
Agenda of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council Oversight Budget Hearing, August 26, 2020, 2:30. Oh, I'm sorry, the wrong one. Excuse me. I already did the agenda for the record. Legislation number 0181-20 and This legislation has to be read in entirety. The committee is the final authority. An action relating to Health, Education, Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources being enacted. Section 1, Authority A. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2 NNC Section 400A. B. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee is the oversight committee for Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources. 2 NNC Section 401C1C. Each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12 NNC Section 840A, Section 2 Findings A. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources FY 2021 budget. 12 NNC Section 840A. B. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources. 12 NNC Section 840A, Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources. A. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 budget for Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources recommended by the Office of Navajo Nation President and Vice President as provided on Fund Type Budget Summary attached as Exhibit A. B. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B. Recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C. Recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit B. And recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. And attached is Exhibit A. Listing 15 business units in the amount of $87,927,815. Exhibit B, General Fund Comparative Summary, listing 9 business units in the amount of $2,669,100. Exhibit C, listing 10 business units. Exhibit D, listing 9 units, business units. And there's an exhibit E, recommended unmet need budgets listing 9 business units with an amount of 0. Memorandum to Honorable Daniel E. So from Ron Hayden, Office of Legislative Counsel, dated August 13, 2020. Legislative Branch Internet Public Review, publication date posted August 17, 2020 at 4:31 p.m. Requesting digital comments. Legislative Branch First Report Internet Public Review Summary, posted August 17, 2020, 4:31 p.m. 5-day comment period ended August 22, 2020. Supporting comments, none. Opposing comments, none. Inconclusive comments, none. Signed by Julissa Johnson, Office of Legislative Services, August 24, 2020, 8:24 a.m. Mr. Chair, the legislation is read into the record.
Motion, Monica.
Thank you, Honorable Monica, for the motion. Do I hear a second?
Second, Halona.
Second by Delegate Halona, Honorable Delegate Halona. Okay, now we go to Satsui, Dr. Ophelia Fowler. Overall budget statement, and then we'll go to reviewing the actual documents.
Chair, Ado Shiyaj Shito Ahigata Konditris Shiyaj Vice Chair Mr. Slater. Ado Shiyaj Honorable Begay. Ado Shijat Honorable Halona. Ado Shijat Honorable Charlene So. Ado Shana Honorable Wanika. Ihe Kebed Ait Shaho Aigi. As a division director, I'll be sharing my division director report to the Health and Education Human Service Committee on the Navajo Division of Human Resource Fiscal Year 2021, the comprehensive budget. DA on Hichelia Sabatas Ado Eshi Akat the Sozin Hiche stated Wednesday, August 26, 2020. First, I'd like to inform the committee that the Navajo Division of Human Resource consists of 11 individual departments and one program operation maintained by the division administration. Overall, the Navajo Division of Human Resource has a total staffing of 222 positions and 27 assigned vehicles. Although the Division of Human Resource General Fund allocation is slightly higher than within FY 2020, we have 4 abolished positions and several departments that prorated their assigned vehicles to less than 12 months. The Division of Human Resource will receive a decrease in IDC monies. The following demonstrates the allocation comparison. So our fund source for general funds FY 2020, 2,421,886. So what we're proposing 2021 is 2,006,669,100. So that leaves a difference of $214 Auto indirect cost on so 1,776,348. FY 2021 1,485,239, which leave a difference of $291,109. Auto proprietary FY 2020 A50,000. Auto FY 2021 A20,000, which leaves a difference of 30,000. FY 2020 gave 4,248,234. Auto FY 2021 A 4,174,339. It gives a difference in the amount, and we also included a percentage. Our office has a total of 5 unmet needs for FY 2021. The top priority is our Navajo Nation Occupational Safety and Health, NOSHA. With the limited staff that we have of 3 covering the entire nation, there is a need for an additional safety technician, especially during this pandemic, as Navajo OSHA is a vital lead with the safety and health for the overall Navajo Nation employees. In attachment A, the attachment, don't confuse yourself with that, with the exhibit that's in the legislation. So the reason why I call it attachment, and that's just specifically for the report. Going forward, quarterly plans for the fiscal year 2021 are here and provided. As attachment B, our division was designated as an essential division per the executive order of Navajo Nation. Attachment C, which outlines the expenditure level during the government shutdown between March to August. Most of our divisions were essentials, and it'll tell you a breakdown of how much we did spend. We did spend money during the government shutdown, as far as the reopening as well, expensing funds for purchases of PPEs and so forth. We are proud to indicate that Attachment C budget report indicates continuity of services during this pandemic. Our division would like to request a carryover of the general funds within the operating line items for other contractual services. For the upcoming participation of the Navajo Nation Band in 2021 in Honolulu, Hawaii, currently a professional service contract will be entered into the FMIS as 164B document number 14879 for administrative review. And the document is effective August 1st of 2020 and ends on March 31st of 2021. The FY 2020 Navajo Nation Band Business Unit 114002 and the Division of Human Resource Administration Business Unit 114001 require a carryover in line item 6910. The amount requested will be remaining balance in this line item at the end of September 2020. We are currently soliciting contribution through the Navajo Nation Band Fund Management Plan, which we have under our division. The Navajo Nation Band has an unmet need budget packet. A breakdown is provided in attachment D. Our Navajo Nation Band was invited to one of the huge and most, it's a huge honor out of all our Navajo Nation, out of all the bands within the state of Arizona, our Navajo Nation was selected to perform on behalf of Vietnam veterans. So we may have to amend the legislation on the unmet needs. Konde eshi an hin hihodni shnat an nosini do hashit an haban tokesi o ko eya behadestito nke jo bashin hini kedole. I have all my program managers on the line. I also want to appreciate them because they asa ida hashin sagabedo sato yinaha ado sato nabikiye tiot ae elken dasitnen. So we did submit the binders. Some of you probably do have binders, and we also submit our stuff in a timely manner. And I want to thank my team. Ms. Tabaha has been a really strong support and experiential in this item. So this completes my brief report, and at this time, I'd like to hand it off to Ms. Lorraine Tabaha to read the program budgets into record, and then our program managers will be available for any questions. Before I give it to Lorraine, if the committee agrees to just go over Form 1, we're willing to do that as well. After Lorraine, we can go ahead and forward. I'd like to give the time now to Ms. Tabaha to read the program budget into the record. Lorraine?
Sheila, Ms. Tabaha, Ms. Martinez, I'm trying to find DHR's budget in the emails as per what we adopted.
Okay, let me resend it again.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Tabaha.
Thank you, members of the committee. I just want to get some instruction, like Dr. Fowler mentioned, if you're okay with just the budget form 1, or would you like the budget criteria as well on budget form 2?
And for the sake of time, let's just do one. Form 1.
You take out me?
Okay.
Yes, we want to do just Form 1.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start with the first tab. And before I start, the best agenda should check what tennis cheat do I shadow. My voting chapter is Oak Springs. My delegate serves on this committee. I'd like to greet him and say yate, as well as to the rest of the committee members, my staff, my division staff, and our leadership, Dr. Fowler. So we'll go ahead and go. We organized our budget into individual packets. When you open the zip file, we will go through according to the agenda, and our budgets are all organized according to the agenda. All the general fund, fiduciary, proprietary, external funds, they're all in there as a comprehensive packet. So we'll go ahead and start with the first one. The business unit is 114001, Division of Human Resources Administration. And I prepared this budget, Lorraine Tabaha, ASO. And going to part 2, general funds. The term is for the fiscal year 2021. October 1st, 20 to September 2021. The general fund amount is $360,310, 60% of the total budget. Indirect costs for the fiscal year 2021, $240,646, 40% of the total budget. Total budget at the bottom is $600,956. Going to part 3, the budget summary, just to make clarification for the committee, everything under column A is fiscal year 2020, the current budget. Everything under column B is fiscal year proposed 2021. And then column C is just the difference of the 2 fiscal years. So we'll start with 2001 personnel line item. Fund type code 1 means that it's a general fund budget. So under column A for 2020, $448,995. Proposed for 21, $418,352. A difference and a minus of $30,643. Under 3,000 travel expenses, fund type general fund code 1. Fiscal year 20, $54,599. Fiscal year 2021, proposed $44,744. A total difference in a minus of $9,855. 3,500 meeting expenses, no entries. 4,000 supplies, fund type 1, general fund. Under column A, 16,000 for fiscal year 2020. Column B, 24,880 with an increase of 8,880. 5,000 lease and rental. Column fund type is general fund 1. Under column A, 6,535. Column B, 14,035. A difference, an increase of 7,500. 5,500 communication and utilities, fund type 1, general fund. Under column A, 6,239. Under column B, 6,239. No minus or plus. 6,000 repairs and maintenance, general fund type code 1. Under column A, 46,750. Under column B, 52,955 with a difference increase of 6,205. 6,500 contractual services, fund type 1, general fund. Under column A, 15,000. Under column B, 17,000. And a difference of increase 2,000. 7,000 special transaction, fund type code 1, general fund. Under column A, 17,838. Under column B, 22,751 with a difference in increase of 4,913. Under total column A, fiscal year 2020, 611,956. Under column B, proposed for FY 2021, 600,956 with a decrease of 11,000 for the overall budget between the 2 fiscal years. Going to part 4, under column D, personnel in FY 20 is 5. Vehicle was 1. Proposed for FY 2021, personnel is 5 and vehicle is 1. Members of the committee, that's the budget for the Division of Human Resources Administration, Business Unit 114001. Thank you. Would you like to continue or open for question?
Chair, I have a question, open for question.
Yes, Honorable Halona, you have the
Thank you, Chair.
question.
Thank you, Human Resource Division. I have a question on your supply in your description, and we run into this all day long. Is that you're adding extra money in there for PPE? I keep finding that in all the budgets, and the executive order was that $10 million was supposed to go for PPE. I thought that was going to be for all the departments. Have you guys got any money coming from them yet? I know it's behind in that allocating that funding out of the CARES Act. It's for the PPE, but everybody's adding extra in there. Is that what same thing what you're doing? That's my question.
I can answer that. This is Dr. Fowler.
Go ahead, Ms. Fowler.
Oh, yeah, Nana. Oh, thank you for your question, Mr. Halona, Honorable Halona. On the CARES Act, that ani through executive branch, it is ani do belanda is khashil sokoti PPE. They sending a lot of the PPEs and the construction there. They're supposed to go to those divisions like Department of Health and General Service. And what they do once they get those monies is that they create a plan, and the plan gets introduced of which division is going to be utilizing those monies. Under CARES Act. However, under CARES Act, the Division of Human Resources accepted $4 million specifically for Department of Public Safety. That money that we accepted under the tribal enrollment is specifically for Department of Public Safety for special duty pay and PPEs. So we're monitoring that through our Department of Navajo Office of Vital Records. As far as us purchasing PPE from the beginning, March, what we had to do back then before these CARES Act were put out, we were told to start beginning preparing budgets to purchase your PPEs. So in order for us to prepare for winter in the coming months, if there is going to be a second wave, we had to prepare. So we put monies in there to utilize within our general fund. If they distribute some money to us from those departments like Department of Health or either General Service, once they get that, if they give some to us, we can be part of that plan development and say, this is how much Division of Human Resource is getting. And programs. So what we've been doing is we've been purchasing from our own program budgets, the plexiglasses that we need. So because we were essential and we had to put something together while we were already working. That's my response. Thank you, Chair and Judge. Thank you.
Follow-up question there.
Follow-up.
Dr. Fowler, so all the PPE, the plexiglass that you're buying, there should be some channel or route for you to get reimbursed. Is that correct? Is that what you're looking at through the CARES Act?
Yes, that's correct. So we're keeping all our information, and if we were to put it all together, what we've used, all the office reconfiguration that was done, per things that were purchased, we can work with OOC or any of the department that is claiming reimbursement, and we can get that reimbursement. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fowler. I appreciate that. Chair? Question for you, sir. We're going to keep running in through these all day long, I guess. And the other question that I have is on that, if they do get their reimbursement, how will that affect their budgets again? You know, they're already getting over budgeted for it right now. And if you get the reimbursement, how will that be? What are they going to be spending that money on? Is what I'm asking.
Well, see, the way I understand it is they're expending out of the 2020 budget right at this point in time.
Oh.
But after October 1, then that's when they'll start spending the 2021. I guess, you know, generally, overall, the other division directors, they basically relate to the committee that they had to submit a CARES Act budget for what was it? Cleaning supplies, PPEs, and materials such as the plexiglass. So as we go forward, and right now the committee has never seen those division and department budgets where they applied for CARES Act through those three items: the hazard pay, the PPEs. I think there was a $2 million and a $10 million appropriation that the council did, remember? And we never even looked at budget form 1 or 2, 3, 4. We just gave it to them. But the other divisions have basically said we haven't got monies from that extra budget that we submitted, and that's where Honorable Vice Chair Slater is saying we gave them unilateral use, but they haven't, as far as we know, they haven't spent 1 cent of it. And so that's the part that is of major concern as we go forward. So that's as we go back to revisit those other legislation, maybe that's an amendment that we need to include in each of the other legislations that we've addressed or are going to address. Hey, with that, Honorable Helena, I hope that gives you a clearer picture. And if it's not, I mean, a follow-up so we can perhaps, again, get help from Legislative Council, Chief Legislative Council on how to best proceed with that.
Thank you, Chair. That does shed some light on it. I'm just concerned about all this funding that's being drawn out, and then to get the reimbursement, have an extra basket.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is Lorraine. I'd like to add a little bit to that.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. As a division office, we have several external fund budgets in our division, which we've been helping as a whole division. Our office is helping with those PPEs. They didn't budget for those kind of areas in our budget, and we're general fund and we can maneuver our account. We've been purchasing those for our staff just to meet this reopening and to make sure that as an employer, like NOSHA would confirm, we're responsible to provide those at the first day of the reopening. That's what we've been doing during our essential as a DHR administration. So we continue to plan in that way as well, because we don't know how long this is going to last. And that's my additional comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned earlier, this issue of programs including things like PPE and facilities, safety measures in their budgets, in this year's budget, is being replicated in almost every budget that is coming across, not just the ones that this committee is hearing, but in other budgets. As you're aware, the council appropriated and the president signed into law $10 million for PPE that was supposed to be shared with
programs, officers, divisions, as well as $10 million to go to facility safety measures, which would include things like adding plexiglass and putting up dividers, putting in door locks, those types of things. So because it is an issue that is affecting all programs, the way that Office of Legislative Counsel is suggesting it be addressed is by a specific provision in the comprehensive budget, which addresses this for all programs. Obviously, there are many questions that have to be answered to develop that provision. That will require meeting with OMB, with the Office of the Controller, and probably with the President's office. Then we have no idea how those dollars that were those $10 million for PPE and $10 million for facilities safety assurance are actually being distributed. But the intent is to address it by a provision in the comprehensive budget, which can do a number of different things. They could take any general funds that could be reimbursed by the CARES funds or such, leave them with the program. They could put them into a different pot. There's lots of questions to be answered, but it's very much on the radar of this office. And because it is hitting every single program, we are going to recommend that there be some type of comprehensive provision in the overall budget. But I would like to remind the committee that Delegate Slater made a directive earlier. I'm not sure if his directive was made to all programs that are presenting in front of HESI or if it was just to general services, but I think it was a very good information he was requesting, and that was for every program to go back and identify the dollars in their budget that will be in their current general fund budgets that they are projecting will be spent to respond to COVID-19 and any public health orders. That will be a very good starting point. I hope that answers your question, and I wish it was more definitive right at this moment, but it will be addressed. I'm just not sure of the specific language at this moment. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Shania, this is Delegate Slater. I'm back on the line now. Later on, I'd like a few minutes to address the committee.
Okay. Dr. Fowler, and does that give a better indication of how we want to proceed as a committee?
Yes. For the remaining of our write-up, we can go over the items. I do have, if you have questions on any specific programs, our managers are on the line as well. And I can have our ASO continue doing the Form 1, as you guys have indicated, maybe just the totals if that's what you'd like.
Let's do the Form 1 on each of the business units.
Okay, that's fine. I can go ahead and have Lorraine continue. Ms. Tabaha?
Thank you, Dr. Keller. Thank you, Chairman So and the committee. We'll go to the next budget business unit, 114002, Navajo Nation Band. This is page 1 of 3. And under part 2 is this is 100% general fund for the fiscal year 2021. The budget amount is $65,632. And under fund type code is 1 general fund. Under part 3, column A, it's for fiscal year 2020, the current year, $69,580, the total. Under column B, the total for fiscal 2021 proposed, $65,632. Under column C, a difference and a minus of $3,948. This business unit does not have any staffing or vehicle, Mr. Chair. And then we'll go ahead and go to the next business unit under 114003, page 1 of 5, which is the Navajo Nation TV and film. Under part 2, general funds for the fiscal year 2021, $345,078 is 83% of the budget. Indirect costs for fiscal 2021, $67,590, 16% of the budget. Proprietary funds is $5,000, which is 1% of the budget. Total budget for this business unit, $417,668. Going to part 3, this is a general fund and proprietary budget. Under fund type code is 1 general fund. Under column A, fiscal year 2020, $421,615 is the total. Under column B, the FY 2021, $417,668 for a difference and a minus in column C of $3,947. Under part 4, column D, vehicles in FY 20 is, personnel in FY 20 is 7. Vehicles in FY 20 is 2. Under column E, personnel in 2021 proposed is 7. Vehicles in 2021 under column E is 2. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that's the budget for Navajo Nation TV and film, business unit 114003. Going to the next budget, 114004, Office of Navajo Labor Relations. Mr. Ron Curtis is the program manager. Part 3, funding sources, general funds for FY 2021, $266,811 is 64% of the budget. Indirect costs for FY 2021, $152,809 is 36% of the budget. Total budget is $419,620 for FY 2021. Under the Part 3 fund type code is general fund. Under column A, total for FY 2020 current fiscal year is $430,620. Under column B is $419,620, which is proposed for FY 2021. A total and a difference in column C of $11,000. Under Part 4, column D, positions is 6 and vehicle is 2 for FY 2020. Part 3 and under E, proposed for FY 2021 is staffing is 6 and then the vehicle is 2. Mr. Chair, would you like me to continue or pause for questions?
Committee members, questions?
Continue.
Continue.
Thank you. We'll go to the next business unit, 114006 for staff development and training. This is under Troy Cook, the manager. Under Part 3, general fund for fiscal year 2021, $187,256 is 58% of the budget. Indirect costs for FY 2021, $134,875 at 42% of the budget. A total budget for staff development and training, $322,131. Going to Part 3, this is 100% general fund budget, Fund Type 1 General Fund. Under Column A for FY 2020 current fiscal year, $333,131. Under Column B, total for proposed 2021, $322,131. A difference in Column C in a minus of $11,000. Under Part 4, under Column D, positions is 5, vehicle is 0, Under Column E, proposed for FY 21 is 5 positions and no vehicles. That's the budget for staff development and training, 114006. Going to the next budget is Business Unit 114007, Navajo Nation Occupational Safety and Health, Navajo OSHA. Walter Hudson is the program supervisor. Under Part 2, funding sources general funds for fiscal year 2021, $97,772 is 46% of the total budget. Indirect costs for FY 2021, $114,949 is 54% of the budget. Total budget for Navajo OSHA, $212,721, proposed for fiscal year 21. This is a 100% general fund budget, Fund Type Code 1. Under Column A, budget total for FY 2020, $223,721. Under Column B, the total for proposed FY 21, $212,721, with a column difference in C of $11,000 in the minus. Under Part 4, Column D for fiscal 2020, positions is 3, vehicles is 1. Under Part 4, proposed for 2021, positions is 3, and vehicles is 1. Going to the next tab, to the next budget, for the next business unit is 114009, Department of Personnel Management. Under Part 2, general funds for the fiscal year 2021, $1,019,506 is 62% of the total budget. Indirect costs proposed FY 21, $627,230, 38% of the budget. $1,646,736 is the 100% budget for the Department of Personnel Management proposed. Again, it's a 100% general fund, type 1 funding source. Under Column A, budget total for 2020, $1,660,736. Under Column B, $1,646,736 is proposed. In Column C, it should be a negative and a minus of 14,000 under Column C. And going to Part 4, under Column D, 27 positions and no vehicle. Part 4 for proposed 21 under Column E is 24 positions and 0 vehicle. Going to the next tab for Business Unit 114010, Navajo Department of Workforce Development. Under Roberta Roberts is the Department Manager 3. Part 2, General Funds for FY 2021, $106,662, which is calculating at 0% of the budget. And all the next amounts are external funds. The first one is $8,571,666, 28% of the budget. $4,667,093, 15% of the budget. Native Employment Works, $1,752,666, 6% of the total budget. The WIOA Comprehensive Service Program, $8,864,328, 29%. Another external fund, WIOA Supplemental Youth Service, $5,052,321, 16% of the budget. Native Employment Works, $1,752,666 is 6% of the budget. The total budget for Navajo Department of Workforce Development is $30,767,402. Reporting under Part 3 is just the general fund amount. Fund type code is 1 for the general fund. $102,735 is for personnel, 927. So this covers the one position under this budget. The total amount under FY 2020 is $103,662. Under column B, proposed for FY 2021 is $106,662, with an increase of the budget in column C between the two fiscal years is $3,000. Under Part 4 for this general fund budget, under column D, it supports one position, no vehicle. In FY 2021 proposed under column E, personnel is one position and no vehicle. This is for Business Unit 114010, Department of Workforce Development. In the presentation and in the tabs, and as noted on your agenda, 714001 is the retirement fund. 714003 is the RPAC. 714002 is the Department of Retirement Services. Those tabs and 118018, that's all under the B&F oversight. Do you want that read into the record as well? Oh gosh, I think I missed this 018.
Go ahead and go back to 018.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I apologize for that. I skipped one business unit of the general fund. This is for Business Unit 114018, the Office of Backgrounds Investigation. Jolene at City is the supervisor. Going to Part 3, general funds for FY 2021, $220,073 is 58% of the total budget. Indirect costs for FY 2021, $147,140, 38% of the budget. Proprietary for FY 2021 is $15,000, 4% of the total budget. For Office of Backgrounds Investigations total budget for FY 2021, $382,213. Going to Part 3, fund type code. This is a general fund and part proprietary budget. Fund type code is 1 general fund and 8 is proprietary. Under column A, total for FY 20, $393,213. Under proposed column B, budget, $382,213. Under column C is a decrease of $11,000 between the two fiscal years. Part 4, under column D for FY 20, 6 positions, no vehicle. Under column E, proposed for FY 21, is 6 personnel and no vehicle. That's the budget for the Office of Background Investigation, Business Unit 114018. Now, the retirement budgets are the next 4. in our presentation, and those are all under the BNF oversight. Would you like me to read those into the record as well? Mr. Chair?
Please proceed, keep on moving forward.
So you want to hear it? I was going to say, let's just, it'll be part of the budget record, but we don't have to hear it. Then we can go on to.
Let's skip it. We'll actually.
We can go on.
Chair, let's go ahead.
Oh.
That goes under a different oversight. I'll go with the one that we have oversight over. Thank you.
Okay, that'll be item O and P and Q.
Go ahead, Lorraine. Thank you, Chair.
We're on item O now, which is 118024, Department of Child Support Services. Okay, this budget is for Child Support Services. Judy Platero is the program manager. Going to part 3 to the funding sources. This is a 20% match general fund to the 80% match external fund. So the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services for FY 2021, $3,600,000 is 80% of the total budget. Navajo Nation General Fund match, $900,000 is 20% of the total budget. $4,500,000 is the total budget for the Department of Child Support Services. In part 3, part 3 captures the information just for the general fund, fund type code 1 general fund, and column A total is $900,000 for FY 2020 current fiscal year, and proposed for the FY 2021 is $900,000. No difference of increase or minus in column C. This budget is externally funded except the match, so it doesn't show the positions or the vehicle under this form 1 for this business unit. Going to the next business unit. On your agenda, it's item P. This is a 100% 638 external fund BIA budget. This business unit is K200 705 Navajo Office of Vital Records and Identification. Mr. Ron Duncan is the program manager. Under Part 3, BIA PL 93-638. His term is a little different. His fiscal year is January 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020. The amount allocated, $1,060,586, 100% 638 budget for Navajo Office of Vital Records. There's no information captured in Part 3 and 4 because this is 100% general funds. And the next tab, the next 5 entries in our budget packet is the unmet needs. And it is part, we would like to request to have this part of our Exhibit E, since we didn't present to the executive branch review team. This information came afterwards. So if you would still support it for us, we would like to capture this information into Exhibit E before our legislation is approved, the resolution. Do you want me to go through this information as well? Maybe just a summary on top, which we provided in Dr. Fowler's message.
Committee members?
We covered that already, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Lorraine. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that's pretty much our budget area that we read out to you for the record. And I just want to add one final thought on this, and you may question some of our programs that we wanted within the attachment that I had indicated. I indicated that we'd like to maintain the program budget in the attachment that I've indicated. I have 3 programs that really work closely with external funds, and we're going backwards and asking them, why is this money not spent? So what I'm doing and moving forward in this beginning next fiscal year is I'm working with these 3 programs and creating a plan and making sure that all the money is being spent, and then it'll be pretty much being monitored by our office. So with that, my program managers are available on the phone, and we're open to questions. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. Thank you for joining us, Yash.
Committee members, back to your side of the table. Dr. Fowler, Ms. Tabaha, and going back to OMB's presentation, program performance assessment scores. There in the third quarter, there are 5 programs that are below 2, marginally not meeting goals and objectives. The Navajo Nation Band, Navajo Nation TV and Film, Navajo Labor Relations, NOSHA, and Office of Vital Records. And again, it's the program and the division that sets up their own goals, statements, and such. Mm-hmm. And that's what's used to come up with these assessment scores. Yeah. How can we get these programs to start by their own standards, start performing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and those that are listening. Third quarter, that's when the pandemic started. And a lot of our goals and objectives related to, like, for example, Navajo Nation Band were to perform in various areas. So all those travel restrictions became off limits. And, we couldn't perform. Same with some of the TV and film. We did a lot of travel restrictions. A lot of their tasks had to deal with that. And we had a lot of investigation that needed to be made. All those with ONLR that were put on hold due to some travel restrictions. And I know we had NOSHA that were essential, but we also had to deal with working with the Health Command Center as well. But we will make these up. We did remap out some of our goals and objectives that we can meet, because we were all not prepared for this pandemic. And when our goals and objectives were set. And one of the biggest things that I educate my managers on, and I will continue to do that, is really get creative on developing a concrete goal, let's say that we encounter another pandemic, what are some other ways that we can work things out? I know that NOSHA has been short-staffed as well, so we are proposing an unmet need as well. And then with the Office of Vital Records, those are some of the things our building was, our personnel was pretty much contracted the virus, and then we had to close off the building for a while. A lot of that happened during the third quarter time. So we've been trying to work things out. Like I've been saying, we've been open. We were able to spend some of that money, but spending some of that money was not part of the objectives. It's really a task. So, we'll put our foot down on that. I know we did not meet some of these goals and measures, but we will, relook at that and sit down with the managers and their team as well. And I'm not sure, I think it's going to take a little bit longer if I have managers respond, but I can take full responsibility of those areas, but really work closely with the program managers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee members?
This is Delegate Slater. Can I have a moment?
Go ahead, Cecilia. Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the humility that you've expressed. I just want to thank you on the record for taking responsibility. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me. I just had a call interrupt me, but thank you for taking responsibility for the actions of your division and standing by your staff. We've had a lot of programs come before us, and there's one particular division where the director is unwilling to accept any sort of culpability or responsibility for the actions of the division, and we don't need to distract ourselves with her name at this time. But your actions right now are demonstrating that you're committed to our workers, to our staff, and most importantly, to our citizens. And I just want to thank you for that by saying that, yes, the buck stops with me. I'm the one who makes these decisions and has the responsibility to carry them through. And that sort of forthrightness is what the committee needs in order to effectuate change and protect the health, well-being, and safety of our citizens and workers. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. In the area of workforce development and under Division of Social Services, there is TANF. In a lot of ways, it seems like their programs run parallel to each other. And I'm wondering how much of a duplicative effort occurs. And is there, going into this new budget year, is there the chance that there be a coordinated effort to basically enhance, multiply the effects, the efficiencies of workforce development as well as the TANF program?
I'm all about expanding and empowering our people and our employees. However, we do encounter quite a bit of duplicated services, but we are streamlining a lot of processes, and we are coming across what programs have we not collaborated with and what programs we need to collaborate with. And I'm all about that, and I want to hand off some time to Ms. Roberts. I know she's got plans up her sleeve, and we're even thinking about all these duplicated services, and a lot of our monies that our employees are getting is not worth what the services that we're not providing. But if I can give her really a couple minutes for her to kind of go over just kind of some highlights, Ms. Roberts, of what some of the coordinated efforts that you're looking at with other programs. Ms. Roberts?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman So and members of the committee, and Ado Shima, Dr. Fowler. Thank you for this opportunity and this time. I'm hopeful that everyone can hear me clearly. I want to say that I appreciate the question, Shanant. I've been in this program position as a department manager for 1 year now, and I have worked diligently to examine the entire program and its services and the performance from the last 5 years to current. I know that my program sticks out in terms of the dollar amount. This budget information is set up to where it captures the entire budget, but it doesn't capture the expenditures, and I have that. So I've been reviewing, and first of all, we started with a strategic plan. We started evaluating the performance of each year. Our program year runs from July 1st to June 30th. And so we just closed out 17 again. So I'm looking at the performance issues, performance measures of the number of people we serve, how we serve them, and what duplicate services that we do have. Now, I have two funding providers, Department of Labor and Department of Health and Human Services. The Native Employment Works is very, very similar to the Department of Social Services and some of its programs, like the Reliance, Self-Reliance, and things like that. We are required to make sure we don't have duplicate services with some of those funding requirements. We do need to cooperate. We do need to check to make sure that some of those services are not duplicated when we provide employment training and employment temporary training and occupational skills training, which is a certification program like the CDL or medical assistant to that Hegi Ebedas. I've been evaluating, and we have a total number of participants that we look at. For example, in 2016 for the adult services, we enrolled and helped approximately 570 participants in various activities like work experience, certification program, and adult basic ed. And what I did was I also evaluated the labor cost distribution, because we are capped at 20% for administrative costs, 25% for training and support, and direct service costs, that's directly to the Navajo people looking for services, is 55% of our grant. So we are very heavy labor-wise, and we need to reevaluate that. Over the years, the last 5 years, our funding has been decreasing, very small here and there, but it tries to stay level, but the number is decreasing. Yet we're still structured like we were receiving our funds in 2012 at approximately $16 million a year, versus this year, right now, our allocation is approximately $8 million, and then $8.8 million is what we expect for 2020. So you can see that there's a decrease, but we're still operating with 10 offices. So administratively, we can't afford some of these things, and that's the reality. That's the brutal fact that we're facing. So and restructure, realignment, the service, the ratio of case management for our staffing, and the location and the cost. I've reevaluated all of that, and I revised the policies to reflect the current regulatory statutes. So and we're ready to move. I do understand, I do appreciate your question, because that is very important for us to partner, because we're all on the same team. So that summary report, I can work with Dr. Fowler Shema and present to the committee as warranted and as necessary. Thank you, Shinantai.
Thank you, Ms.
for the response.
Yeah, Chase, that's our response.
Okay, and then the other is the Department of Personnel Management. We still have a great number of vacancies. And again, some of the folks, and I don't have an exact number of folks that are retiring or considering retiring. And as a result, there'll be additional vacancies. How are we basically addressing getting more of our folks to be employed?
Nana Che Nadine's kitty ever since I came to the nation, and DPM has been there's been a lot of concerns, and when I came on board, I immediately observed a lot of areas that needed improvement. We have quite a bit of improvement initiatives, and I think you're all aware right now, we had noticed that went out, we had a sudden resignation of our human resource director. So right now, I had delegated Ms. Resita Tari into that position. We're well aware of a lot of vacancies. We have a total of right now, I believe it was, and I sent that to the HESI members, how many individuals had retired from March till August, and also how many that had resigned from March till August, and I can resend that information. But we are worried that, how many of these positions are still needed. And when we did our brief evaluation on some of them, we have been operating, a lot of our programs have been operating with limited staff. So we're really working closely with each of the division directors. Do you really need this position? Can you put this money elsewhere? Or can you reclassify a position to a position that you may really are in need direly? So what we can do for this committee is I can work with Ms. Toddy, and we can put a plan together of how we plan to get these positions filled. Because it does not only, if we get them filled, we're looking at also costs. The benefits, we know that we have some positions that have been advertised since 2008 or 2010. If they've been advertised that long, maybe we don't need a position, but to get creative and do a different position that you may really need. Because if you look at DPM right now, we can't hire any more in there because of the social distancing. On top of that, we're not back in our Admin 1 building because we really, to be honest, I don't even know the status of Admin 1 building. And so we can put something together for you, Shache, and the committee, and Ms. Toddy and I will create a plan, and I'm confident in her and her and her team that we can put something together. On top of that, we're also working on all these improvement initiatives. We're reestablishing our personnel task force. There was an audit that was done. There were corrective actions that were proposed, and we're not sure how far that went. So we're kind of starting back off on square one, but I know that we'll put something together, and we can share that written response with you if you're okay with that. And Ms. Toddy just barely started with the delegated with just in the last couple days right now, so I'll be responding on behalf of DPM, and I'll work with her closely on that.
Okay, thank you, Tsutsui. As a follow-up question, in a lot of the hiring, let's say a department or a program selects a person and starts putting them through the hiring process. One of the criteria would be to pass the background checks, whatever the levels that particular position requires. And we know through the Navajo Nation email system that the Office of Background Investigation continues to be closed. And I'm aware of that there are folks that both at the local level, at the chapter, at the agencies, and even within the branches, wanting to hire people, but because the background or the Office of Background Investigations is closed, then those hirings are just basically stopped. What can we do to get that particular office back open?
Okay. Our Office of Background Investigation, once the pandemic started, March 17th, they were considered as non-essential, and March 26th. As of April 22nd, and all the way till August 10th, they're essential. What happened is that we had to close. There was a possible exposure of COVID. We had to go through this process of the Health Command Center. What you have to do is we follow the CDC guideline and the reopening guidelines. Contact tracing to make that long story short, it's reopening back up as of today. We did inform the program manager, and she's on the line right now, and we're aware of 3 sensitive positions that need to come on board right away. And we've been bugging on the Health Command Center. We need this office clean. We need it clean right away. And we don't want to lose these employees because they're coming on board, and we don't want to do that. So rather than waiting another week, tomorrow, she's well aware of the sensitive positions, and they have been available. They have been doing a window service, and they have been doing quite a bit online as well. So it's open back up this week, Shache, and Miss at City's also on the line as well. But we're open, and we want to get these people on board as well. Thank you, Che.
Sheila Satsui, committee members, and then OMB and Ms. Barbara. Budgets that were presented by Department of Human Resources and OMB, are they pretty much matched up? Miss Jim from OMB and Miss Bob Roth.
Chair, this is Miss Bob Roth. I think they're matched up. I have not found a mismatch. The one problem that I do have in the as far as what's in the legislation on exhibit, there's a staple on it, just a second. Exhibit A, under fiduciary funds for the Department of Retirement Services, the column's not wide enough to actually show the dollar amount. That would need to be corrected. But I have not found a mismatch. Perhaps ONB has. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Ms. Jim from OMB, are you still on the call? Okay, absent a response, committee members, how do you wish to proceed? We have a motion and a second to adopt the legislation, and with Chief Legislative Counsel's recommendation that that particular spreadsheet, Exhibit A, be expanded to include the multi-million dollar amount, be within the particular boxes.
Chair, if I may also, as far as what, this is Ms. Bobroff again, as far as what is included in the legislation, your Exhibit F in the legislation, which is unmet needs, that right now in your legislation is blank, so it would need to be updated at the committee's direction to include the unmet needs that are included in the Division of Human Resources presentation. They do have an exhibit entitled Unmet Needs that totals $482,994. So that Exhibit F would need to be updated to incorporate that. Exhibit E. I'm sorry, Exhibit E, to include the unmet needs if that's what the committee wants to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Committee members?
Chair, do we need to do a motion to include that?
Yes, motion and perhaps just a directive to basically have Ms. Bobroff and Department of Human Services, as well as our legislative advisor, to change Exhibit E to include the 5 unmet need request.
Exhibit B or Exhibit F? Thought that was F.
E.
E. Okay, I'll do the motion to
Okay, motion to amend legislation 181. I hear a second. Thank you, Cecilia Honorable Edison Wanika, to include change Exhibit E to include the unmet need request. Sue, what area?
Oh, should change Chicago here dole. Honest as
Mr. Chair, this is Lorraine.
Go ahead.
I just emailed the correction on that, expanding the column on Exhibit A and the information to Exhibit E. I emailed it to the legislative advisor. Just a minute.
Okay,
ago.
and just for, be sure and include, Chief Legislative Counsel so that we're all
Yes,
on
sir.
the same page. And,
Okay, thank you.
and then I guess, Miss Jim at OMB.
Thank you.
So, Sheila, committee members on that amendment motion. Mr. Mose.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Okay, Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Last call, Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting to amend the legislation. And now, wait. Now we do the vote on the actual amended legislation. Mr. Mose.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Pernell Halona.
And one votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Last call, Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Oh, yeah.
Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Kushila, thank you, committee members. With the vote, legislation 0181-20 has been adopted by a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Thank you, Shema, Dr. Fowler, Ms. Tabaha, and all of the staff that are still on the call. Thank you. You set the standard for the departments and divisions that the committee overseas. We appreciate and keep at it because Department of Human Services is a vital link in the delivery of essential governmental services of the Navajo Nation government to its people in all areas of the Navajo Nation lands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sheila. Committee members, we're at the end of our agenda. Announcements. Before we go to announcements, Ms. Martinez, do we have, what is our schedule for tomorrow?
Mr. Chair, there's a NABI meeting tomorrow. I think there's 2 meetings tomorrow. And then the committee scheduled for revisits on Friday. So committee members want to attend NABI tomorrow. That'll give the programs more time to work on their revisits, Mr. Chair, and then they can bring it back in Friday. The agenda is posted all the way till Friday, Mr. Chair.
And then we also put general services for the 31st. So we have, let's say, Dodie, Health, social services
Let's get another one there. Opposed
for Friday,
tomorrow.
general services for Monday,
Veterans also.
and veterans. That'll be
Tomorrow.
Friday then.
Are we doing tomorrow?
Nobby. 8 o'clock.
It's not, is it back on again tomorrow? What the heck?
8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Chair.
Committee members, listen. NABI is required because of Title II. We never, and so that's where some of our thoughts of doing the revisit, basically, we were going to do some of the revisits tomorrow, and it just, we all forgot about the NABI.
Chair.
A real conflict. Committee, Mr. Halona.
Yes, sir, Chair. Thank you. So if we do NABI tomorrow, do we still have NABI on Saturday too? Because that's the only one that I saw come out on the email. It was 8 to 2 o'clock on Saturday.
Okay, unless there's a new email, but there was one where there's budget presentations on the morning and then a regular meeting in the afternoon.
Chair, this is Ms. Bob Ross. I am really confused right now as to when the NABI meetings are. I'm getting so many different emails. Perhaps we could get Mr. Platero on the line and just have him explain what's going on.
I would agree with that.
Okay, committee members, Mr. Platero just sent out an email at 5:03. So that means NABI is scheduled for 8 a.m. on the 29th. And then that's the budget hearing. And then the regular budget or the special meeting is at 2 p.m. on Saturday. So, committee members, the original tabling motions, veterans and social services will be tomorrow.
Oh, veterans will be in the morning, then social services, just like it was.
Yes. We'll go back to the original tabling motion from Monday, where veterans would be addressed tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Division or Department of Social Services would be at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah. Chair.
And then, go ahead, Ms. Barbara.
I am trying to get Tom Platero on the line because there are still NABI meetings scheduled for tomorrow on the council website. So I just want to clarify that. Perhaps Beverly can help me get Tom on the line?
Leonard, can you go run to his office and get him? I see that on the website too. There's the NABI tomorrow.
Yeah. So what I'm looking at,
I'm telecommuting.
Yeah. So what I'm looking at is on the website. There's NABI meeting, a budget hearing tomorrow scheduled at 10, a meeting scheduled at 3, and then we just got the email about a NABI budget hearing on Saturday at 8. And a NABI special meeting on Saturday at 2. So I'm really uncomfortable right now being able to say when NABI's, what's going on with NABI. So hang on just a second if you would.
Mr. Chair, you can schedule all the revisits on Friday too, all the 5 ones that did not pass.
Well, I'd rather we try to spread it out because veterans is going to take a long time.
You can also go into your special meeting on Monday to address the revisits also. The memo has been approved by Speaker's office, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Tom. I was asked to call in.
Yes, do we still have a NABI meeting tomorrow?
No, Speaker moved it back Saturday. I just emailed out the revised agenda.
Okay, thank you. I guess Chief Legislative Counsel says it's still on the council website as for Thursday.
Yes, I just emailed it, sir.
I know, but the website, can you take it off the website then?
Oh, we'll take care of it, sir.
I know. Okay. Thank you, Shirja.
Oh, sorry.
Committee members, let's do veterans tomorrow morning and social service in the afternoon. And then we'll still do Doty and health on Friday, general services on Monday. With 8 as we go forward, committee members. Now, the chair's open for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I hear a second?
Chair, before I second it, can we get that schedule from here to Monday sent to us by Beverly or? Thank you. Second that motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion second. Ms. Martinez, as I relate to the committee, please send out the email. Thank you. Okay, roll call vote on the motion to adjourn.
Hello now. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Pernell Halona. Green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Last call for Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Okay, Leonard Mose, the budget hearing for today is adjourned. Have a good evening. Stay safe. And we'll talk again in the morning at 9 a.m.